Huh. That is the first time I heard that theme out loud or alone that wasn't in the movie. Well, may the 4th be with you. Nanu Nanu. Welcome, everybody. Let me introduce myself. Hi, I'm Kiara Strings. I am a trans woman, and this is the early stream. I did that totally wrong. Just gonna let me put it here. And I'm realizing that the lipstick I have on now does not actually, um, what color is it? Yeah, the lipstick I have now does not pop on camera. I'm realizing this. The eyeshadow probably does because it's black. The lipstick did because it was black when I wore it last time. So, yeah. Happy 4th of July. I mean, happy May 4th. Oh, I'm getting worse at this. Um, yeah, I'm getting much worse at this. Um, yeah, what does Star Wars mean to me? I'm a casual fan at best. Hi, Ravenous. How are you? I hope you're doing okay. Let me give you a shout out. Yeah, how are you? It's been a hot minute. And by that, I haven't really seen you on camera, but how are you? Happy, May the 4th be with you. Nanu Nanu. Um, yeah, I gotta think of a better way. I gotta think of a better joke than the same joke like 3 times in a minute. Yeah, but I hope you're doing stuff and things. Hopefully you're listening. I'm sleeping. Yet happy to see you streaming. Well, um, the reason why I'm streaming is because my boyfriend made me promise to stream every day for a month. So that's if you want to if you do want to thank somebody, thank him. I mean, don't get me wrong, streaming out the past few days has been fun, but this was all his idea. Um, Feels good, man. Oh, it does. And also, hi, Stick It. How are you? I hope you're doing okay. It's been a hot minute, you know? Um, May the 4th be with you. Let him know I said thank you. Uh, Ravenous says thanks. I'm kidding, he's still asleep. Um, yeah, I hope you're doing okay. Yeah, it's been a while, Stick It. It's been a hot minute. Like, how have you been? I've been dysphoric. I've been dysphoric as sin. But doing a stream or a few is something. So yeah. Um, so like I haven't been streaming for the past 6 months is because of dysphoria. I didn't like how I looked compared to my trans sisters, but yeah. Hence why I stopped going on social media, and hence why I didn't really go on Twitch for the past few months. Nothing against anybody else, it's just that my dysphoria would not let me. And I would end up being very envious, so that's why I pretty much had to go off stream and off of the internet for quite a while. In a way, I'm still not ready, but here we are. Um, that's my one of my favorite Foo Fighters albums right now. Um, then again, I only have what their debut here. I have um, Echoes, Wasting Light, um, Sonic Highways, and but here we go. Okay, I have five. Okay, I have more than enough. It does suck. It absolutely does suck, but here I am. And the only reason that I'm actually back is because um, my boyfriend told me, made me promise to stream every day for a month. So I am streaming every day for a month. And you go to that bathroom, Ravenous. Um, but I completely forgot that today was like Force Day. Yeah, today's Force Day. Um, yeah, today's Force Day. So at the very last minute, I actually had to change the song, and I missed you all too. So yeah, the very last minute, I actually had to change the song. I was gonna play a Pearl Jam song, which I'll probably do tomorrow. Love, I know you're opening the door. You can open the door. Yeah, may the fourth be with you. Nanu Nanu, where's the beef? Etc. etc. Um, and I marked this a special occasion by putting Star Wars: The Force Awakens, the first DVD I ever got. First Star Wars DVD I ever got. Um, yeah. Uh, but yeah. I'm. I'll be honest. I'm only a Star Wars fan casually. I'm not gonna go out of my way to watch the show. Although I did like The Mandalorian, Obi-Wan was fine. Obi-Wan was fine. I'll just say it. It was fine. Like the shows themselves are hit and miss, just like the movies themselves. Um, yeah. The sequel trilogy was not great, but they're harmless. I just kind of wish that with the recent trailer for Star Wars, I forgot what it was called. Um, yeah, I forgot what it was called. Um, yeah, that recent Star Wars show with Carrie Ann Moss, and people actually are in the comments complaining about how it's like too different. Yeah, as far as I'm concerned, there are three movies and nothing else afterwards. Okay, so there's A New Hope, The Empire Strikes Back, and The Force Awakens. Yeah, The Force Awakens was the very first Star Wars movie I ever watched, like ever. And it actually does have a special place in my heart because, um, well, it's because one of the main characters, Rey, actually kind of broke my egg. Like seeing her on screen, I was like, oh my god, you know. So yeah, and still to this day, I still feel like The Force Awakens is fun. Yes, it takes a lot of like beats from A New Hope, but you got to start with something familiar first. After the prequels. Yeah. Uh, God damn it. May the fourth be with you.
Ignore me.
Okay. uh, but yeah, good times. I was gonna put a box set. I was gonna put a box set over there for Star Wars, but it wouldn't stand on its own. Hence why he said ignore him. But sometimes I try. I'm kidding. Um, but yeah, Force Awakens was the very first Star Wars movie I ever saw in theaters. Um, and nothing could top that. In terms of Star Wars, nothing can top that. Like, it's wonderful seeing you smile. This isn't a smile. This is vomiting from my mouth. Um, but yeah, sometimes smiling is painful. Uh, yeah, but like for a long, long, long time, I used to not like Star Wars. Most I've then again I didn't really see Star Wars. Mm. I just thought Star Wars was pretty much like the biggest nerd thing ever, and I was in the nerd closet. god, I was in so many closets. Holy crap, I was in so many closets. Um, but yeah, it was like I finally saw the original trilogy, then the prequels, and then the sequels. And I'm like, okay. Closet backrooms. Let's say I was a closet geek, I was a closet bisexual, then my egg cracked.
For display. Star Wars book I keep begging you to try.
Like I said before, I say this and I'm gonna say this again. I can't read books.
I put my headphones on.
I can't read books that I'm not interested in. I can't. Oh god. He just gave me this, and I'm like, oh my god. He wants me to read books that I know I'm probably not gonna like. Oh my god. I don't know where to put this. So I'll put this here. Oh, that is a good book. That is a good place to stand. My boyfriend, a fan of Star Wars? No. Oh wait. No, no one can see that. Because the chair is in the way. Crap. Sorry. Oh, okay, sorry. Sorry, sounding a mosaic. I'll put you back next time. There. I prefer the Clone Wars shows and the Mandalorian series. The movies are alright. Yeah, they're not. The movies aren't for everybody, I'm guessing, but still. Him being no, he's more of a fan of Warhammer. Yeah, he's more of a fan of Warhammer. Yeah, U is right. Like he painted a noise marine for me, and he painted a goth rocker for me. 40K. Yeah, he's more into 40K. So this is the noise marine, and this is the goth rocker, and this is the same color as my very first bass guitar, which I gave to my nephew for Christmas. And this is the same color as the bass guitar I have right over here. Did I tell you I made a short? Oh, I didn't know. Awesome. Ravenous. I didn't know that. Like, when did you do it? Did you do it recently, or is this kind of an older video? But yeah, he's more into 40K. He has 3 glass cases, filled with Warhammer miniatures. He also painted this. Yeah, he also painted, I don't know if you can see it, but he painted, you know what, hold on. There we go. Yeah, he painted, this. I forgot what it was. Oh no, this is an older video. I wanted to tell you back then. He does. Yeah, he absolutely does. You wanted me to tell me back then, like last May 4th? And yes, he has some sweet talent. Like, he has a, like back there, he actually right like kind of right behind me, he has a table filled with Warhammer things like to paint. Like it's filled with like miniatures he's currently painting, um, a lot of paint. Um, like I said, like at least 2 times a day he's usually painting something. When I made it, but I can't remember when I made it. That happens with a lot of like people who are content creators. Like they don't know exactly what day they made it. Like I know for a fact that with stop motion, it takes a long time, so the dates are just completely over the heads. Um, but I could never like there are a few things I know I can never do. I can never paint a Warhammer miniature properly, despite my boyfriend going to say I could. I could never do stop motion because I don't have the patience, and I can never be in a band because of the musical directions it probably would go in. Um, but if you want to send me a link, please send it. I'm pretty sure you can send it to me on DM since we like have each other, and I could show it off to I could show it off to the chat. You know, um, but yeah, yeah, he's been he's been painting miniatures for like for at least before we met. So there's that. Um, so yeah. Did I? Oh God, I actually had this facing the wall, didn't I? Yeah, I had this facing the wall, and he didn't paint this. Yeah, he didn't paint this, so like that's pretty much kind of an issue. Not an issue, but he'll have to. Um, Hi Mercadian, how are you? I hope you're doing okay. May the fourth be with you. Um, etc. etc. Um, but yeah. So like, the Force Awakens will always have a place in my heart. My many, many, many hearts. Um, whatever those hearts entail. Um, yeah. Um, but yeah, it's absolutely fun. Kind like Star Wars has its issues, but I would rather stay away from the fandom. I gotta lurk for a bit if I'm not back. Okay, stick it. It's good to see you. It's been a while, and I hope you're gonna be absolutely great. Um, and I will be on tomorrow because I have no choice. Um, but yeah, as you can see, I'm a huge Star Wars fan. Um, a one movie that I bought from Star Wars and a book that my boyfriend just gave to me to put on display. Um, that tastes horrible. Um, but yeah, yeah, Mercadian, have like hopefully you're doing hopefully you're doing okay on this Saturday evening. No, Saturday morning. Saturday morning. Um, yeah. Hopefully you're doing well on this Saturday morning. Um, you know. Um, yeah. Sorry. Um, I never actually drank. I have never drank much. I should have just drank water instead. Um, But yeah, look at this. I actually have like so many behind the scenes features on this, and yet I only watch the movie. I prefer watching the movie. Like, I haven't bought a DVD in a while, not since John Wick 3. Um, yeah, not since John Wick 3. It's surprising, I know. But yeah, it's fair, you know? And he's painting Warhammer right now. As you can see, the light went off. I don't know why I couldn't have just done this. My sense of direction is awful. There you are. There you are. Let me see what you did. Get good, Doug Funny. For the Emperor? For the Emperor! Ah! We need reinforcements. Recon done. Enemies are weak. Universe conquest is imminent. Ravenous, you say it was from a long time ago. I'm guessing it took you about 2 months to do that video. I'll put the video in chat so anybody can see. Yeah, I'm gonna put it in chat so everybody can see. And that is a really good stop motion video. Proud of you, Raven. Yeah, absolutely proud of you. How long did that take you to do? Because I know stop motion is sometimes a bit of a test in patience. No, it is a test in patience. You know? Like the first time I ever saw stop motion being used was seeing the Sledgehammer video. Yeah, the Sledgehammer video by Peter Gabriel. And that actually seeing that scared me. Because it's like then make more. Absolutely make more if you need to, because like you do such a good job, and yeah, you absolutely do a good job, and you have 402 subscribers. That is no small feat. That is absolutely no small feat. You know? And yeah, you've done yeah, your channel is full of like let's plays mostly, and a few stop motions here or there. So I found out I can make stuff last longer is by adding those text bubbles. Oh, that's for sure. For sure, absolutely. Um, yeah, that's totally fair. But for me, it took me 8 hours to film it or more. Oh, like 8 hours in total. Okay. Like 8 hours in total. Like that is a long time, and like that's a long time to do stop motion. Like holy mother of God. you know? Um, for some reason, those miniatures do remind me of um, Warhammer 40. Okay, I've been trying to get to 500 followers, so who knows? Honestly, Ravenous, I'd honestly suggest if I could suggest something, I'd suggest like whenever you stream, um, make one of your videos a starting screen. Um, yeah, editing takes a while too. Like I know how editing feels, you know? Like I love writing scripts down. I'm pretty fine with shooting things and doing voiceover work. But editing is just like, oh man, this is gonna take a while, you know? So I get it. Like, I absolutely get it. I have no idea how I spent so long editing videos. Um, yeah, my boyfriend could probably, like, show some Warhammer miniature stop motion videos. Um, I'm personally not a Warhammer person because, um, it's not for me. Blopsy, how are you? I hope you're doing okay. It has been forever. It's been 65 years. But how are you? I hope you're doing okay. Um, yeah, I hope you're doing okay. I would need to stream through my laptop to do that starting screen. Absolutely, go for it. Honestly, put your stuff out there. Like, more people would see your stuff if you put it in the starting screen. You know how like some starting screens with other Twitch people they'd actually have like clips, or you can just put it as a BRB screen, like several videos in a row, and then you can get it, and then people will see it. And I haven't aged a day. I don't know. I mean, I probably have aged. Um, you're feeling very tired. Is it work or is it like life in general? Because life absolutely is tiring. Hence, um, but I hope I can make you feel a lot less tired. Or, I could actually absolutely do ASMR to put you to sleep. And you know I can do it. Just go for it. Just slow and steady ASMR. I mean, you say you don't need sleep right now, but you will in 5, 4, 3, 2. But Ravenous, it's okay. Um, it's totally like it's gonna be completely so. I suck at advertising myself, and honestly, Ravenous, because you stream, so you're basically advertising yourself. Anywho, um, you're gonna get your eyebrow pierced later, and Nova's gonna join me. Excellent, absolutely excellent. I both y'all have fun. You nearly had me there. Me too. I actually almost fell asleep there. But I did go to sleep reasonably early. And when I mean early, I went to sleep at midnight. So that's early ish. Midnight is early ish. Like I come home from work early ish, you know? EP Kiara indeed. Um, I like talking about other people like yourself. Uh, myself is boring, hence why I don't really. I tell stories, but myself is just, you know? Midnight is the earliest you can get. It's the start of a new day. Technically, yes. Like, I remember when 9 p.m. was extremely late, and then I started working. And, yeah, so I usually get to sleep at 1:45, sometimes 2. Then I wake up at around 4 and do a stream. Yeah, my sleep schedule is insane. Ravenous, if you need to go to sleep, absolutely go to sleep, and I will see you another time. Like, there's a possible chance I might do a stream later on. Um, Possibly. Possibly. Because usually I stream, on Saturdays, I do stream twice a day. I do two Saturday streams. That's a maybe. That is a maybe. But Ravenous, if you need to go to sleep, go to sleep. And it's been wonderful seeing you, and I hope you have a wonderful time. And wonderful night in Dreamland. Just stay away from Freddy Krueger. Note to self: do not drink Coca-Cola in the morning. Um, Sweet Dreams, Kiara, Blopsy, and Shadow Dwellers. They're called demons, Ravenous. Okay, they're called demons. You can say it for what it is. But yeah, I was just talking about Star Wars because it's May the 4th. Um, was I talking? Yeah, I was talking about Star Wars. And honestly, I genuinely like watching it. Thinks of Freddy Krueger at a Denny's parking lot. Oh, Freddy, I can drop kick Freddy Krueger at a Denny's parking lot. I would say that, and then he would kill me in a dream. Or I'd be asleep at Denny's parking lot, and then he would kill me there. Hmm. I mean, I've only watched the first five Freddy, Nightmare on Elm Street movies. Um, but my personal favorite is Nightmare on Elm Street 2. Um, because it has such a good interpretation, including the best interpretation, because the second one is pretty much the main character who is a guy. Well, he's a guy, and according to the writer, he pretty much put gay subtext all over the movie. Like, if you watch the second Nightmare on Elm Street movie, there is gay subtext everywhere, and that was intentional on the part of the writer. And it helps that the lead actor came out as gay later on. Um, that's why they call it Nightmare on Elm Street 2, the gay one. Um, but yeah, holy crap. Like, I used to have the first four Nightmare on Elm Street movies in a box set. Um, and it was in my basement at my house, along with other DVDs, which was absolutely fine until my sister moved into our basement, and with all the stuff being shoved into it, my DVD collection was pretty much wrecked. So my Parks and Recreation DVDs were gone. Yeah, the second movie got named one of the gayest movies of all time, but in a positive way. I will say that the second one does drag in the middle. Like the beginning and the first and third act are really solid, but there's like a saggy second middle act that was just like it's kind of a slog to sit through. Like, I will say, it's like out of the four movies I actually have, it is probably my least favorite of them. All right, you go to sleep. You absolutely go to sleep. Um, but that's not to say like the second one is all bad. It's just that the second act is just so saggy and clunky. The first movie is a classic. The third movie is actually really intense, despite there being jokey Freddy in it. And um, the fourth movie is. I got okay. I will say probably that is probably my least favorite because of how the third movie ended. The fourth movie is pretty much a slap in the face. Although the fourth movie does have its moments. That second movie, like I really do enjoy in a way, but it is a flawed movie. A very good queer movie. Like I remember like getting that box set and on Friday nights I would pretty much be alone in the house. Like my parents would be at work, my sisters would be out, so I would have the whole house to myself. And then I would get Squish Alley. Um, I would yeah, I would get Swish. I would no, I had Swish LA. I wouldn't get it. I would have Swish LA from the morning or afternoon. I would go in the basement and watch a Nightmare on Elm Street movie, and I would do that for the next um, four Fridays. Like, yeah, one of my best memories is just being no, yeah, it was Friday. Um, being alone in my house, watching a movie while eating something, and then going to bed. You know, um, yeah, just like being just watching a movie, and that pretty much lasted for about 2 or 3 months. Like I watched the Freddy movies, like the first four movies, Kingsman, Dread, the Captain Underpants movie, a few episodes of Futurama, you know? Oh, like those yeah, those were simple times. They were the best of times, they were the blurst of times. Or something, I'm not sure. Um but it was like fun. Why did I say that as a question? It was fun, you know? Um but why do I keep saying you know? I don't even know why I'm talking about A Nightmare on Elm Street when this is Star Wars Day. Um, and I like how on Twitter everybody is just piss. A lot of people are pissing on Mark Hamill, but then again, it is Twitter. You know, it is Twitter. So everybody's gonna have a problem with everybody. You know, Tom Hanks is probably one of the most wholesome people on the planet, and they say that he's on Epstein's list. DJ, how are you? I hope you're doing okay. Welcome on in. If you're not following DJ, go follow him. The last time he streamed, he played something called Content Warning, which, looking at that game, it actually makes my ADHD go into overload. But how are you? And may the 4th be with you. Did I say that right? Yeah. I'm pretending to look at my boyfriend off camera when he's literally right behind me, uh, painting. But I hope you're doing okay. I gotta stop drinking. Yeah, I hope you're doing okay, and welcome on into whatever this is. Yeah, I hope you're doing okay. Yeah, I was celebrating the fourth and fifth Star Wars style later. Oh, so you're gonna watch A New Hope and yeah, you're gonna watch A New Hope and um, Empire Strikes Back to back. Um, I mean, you did say fourth and fifth, so might as well. I mean, I have the seventh movie right here. Pretty much the first Star Wars DVD I ever got, but mostly due to the fact that it was the first Star Wars movie I ever saw in theaters. So yes, I'm 7 years old. Mm. But yeah, I like how they're prequel apologists right now. You could say that the Empire will be striking back as I am the last hope against them later. Did I ever play the new Star Wars games? Um, yes. Um, I did. Um, I did play. Yeah, I did play the not the newer one, not like I meant Battlefront or yeah, Battlefront. I never played the Jedi Order or something. I haven't played those. I meant I only played like Battlefront because um I found out about the older games. Jedi Survivor. That was it. That was it. As you can see, I'm not much into getting into the new Star Wars games because yeah, I kind of didn't really get into them recently because when those games came out, I was still busy playing. What was I playing? I don't know if I was playing. I was playing Fallout. That's pretty much it. I was still playing Fallout games. Um, but yeah, I used to stream. I used to stream the second Battlefront. Like back in the day. Like I remember getting the first Battlefront for Xbox One, Xbox One, and I got it the first day. Um, I got it. I got the headphones, which recently broke, because my chair ran them over, so the headset is busted. Um, yeah, I missed that. I actually had that for years, and then my chair just ran it over. And I think I have. Do I have a picture? Hold on, I have a picture of it. I think I have a picture of those headphones. Um, Let me check for them. Um, but I used to play both Star Wars. Yeah, I used to play both Battlefronts on Twitch a lot, but I never really played the story. I just played. Yeah, all I did was actually just play. Um, what's the word I'm looking for? All I did was play. Damn it, what was it called? All I did was play like shooting like blast mode or whatever. What was it called? Blast mode, I think. I genuinely forgot. Um, yeah, I did have. Hi, Bisected. How are you? I hope you're doing okay. Would you like a shout out? And may the fourth be with you. Um, yeah, I had a Star Wars headset. I can't find it right now, but I did have a Star Wars headset at one point. Um, but again. It got ran over by my chair. Um, Hi, Cloak. How are you? I could give you a shout out. I I think you were streaming yesterday. I think I saw you streaming. I forgot what game you were streaming. I want to say Helldivers. I do want to say that. Um. Oh, okay. Bisected. I will give you a a shout out as soon as Cloak's shout out is like. Okay, you're BRB feeding the cat. Okay, go for it. Absolutely. But Cloak, how are you? And Bisected, how are you? Um, yeah, it's been a hot minute for everybody. Um, but what was it? What was it? It was Dragon Ball Z. Yeah, it was Dragon Ball Z. Um, I just remembered that. Um, but yeah, May the 4th be with you too. Um, but like the first Star Wars game I ever played, um, I'm doing fine. Still a bit dysphoric, but the reason why I'm streaming is because my boyfriend made me promise I would stream every day for a month. Um, and amazingly enough, he made me promise the day before May came along. But I'm doing fine as it is, like just fine. Um, but yeah, um, go wake him up. He's right behind me. If you see a light, like if you see a slight light behind me, that's him, painting Warhammer miniatures. He just uses the light lamp to paint. So I'm not gonna wake him up. I think I accidentally did because I had to get something from the bedroom. I turned on the lamp a little too brightly. And yeah, is he cuter than me? No comment. The tension of the room right now has just been solidified. But if you're not following Bisected Brioche, please go give her a follow. Um, yeah, give her a follow. She is good people. I think she's the first person I ever followed on Twitch. I think so. Um, yeah, but go give her a follow. Um, thank you. That makes one of us. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. But that makes one of us. Yeah, yeah, he's the one who told me I should stream because it was either that or cry in my bedroom for about the whole day. Um, and as you can see, I moved in with him a few months ago, and I could actually have a better setup. Like you can all see my lamp in a certain view. You can see the albums I have that I like. Um, this is my boyfriend's. This Star Wars book is my boyfriend's. This is mine. Everything is mine with the exception of the book. Um, but yeah, at least there's like room as opposed to like yeah, I actually have room to move around. Streaming is outlet from yeah, streaming is a good outlet. Um, but before that, I was like doing music. I was playing bass guitar, just to get emotions out. And according to my therapist, yeah, it does get the emotions out. Um, this is also his. A big D4. No. I don't be streaming for you effers. I mean, sometimes you just gotta be streaming for yourself. You know? I know people who actually do stream for themselves. Like, I know one streamer who doesn't network at all. Like, she's just like, I found out about the streamer yesterday. She doesn't stream, she only streams for herself. She doesn't network. She's just like, she. No, wait, she did raid at some point. She did raid the last time I saw her, so she doesn't completely network because she doesn't trust, but yeah, the reason I don't really, like, look around with anybody is because welcome back, Bisected. How are you? How was your dog? And Nanu Nanu, I really gotta think of better alien talk Coffee's brewing and my croissant's baking. Okay. For a split second, for a split second, actually thought that was a euphemism. Cat, but she's fluffy. Oh, that's fair. Cats are 30% of the time they're fluffy. Um, I basically full disability from the Navy. I stream for fun and just to play games. That's fair. That's absolutely fair. I stream for fun too, but I used to game on stream, but then I got lazy and decided to do just chatting streams. So, you know, I'd rather just game by myself. Streaming as a hobby basically saved my life. Same. Like I used to stream 6 days a week before the dysphoria just turned my insides into terrifying things. So yeah, one of these days, Kiara. Maybe. Um, and your cosplay is absolutely fantastic. Bisected. You always have such amazing, top-notch cosplay. And again, if any of you haven't followed Bisected, go follow her. She On Twitter, she usually shows off what pictures and what cosplay she actually does make. So please give her a follow. She's absolutely the bee's knees. Dark Soul stream. No, there will never be a Dark Souls stream. I will never do a Dark Souls stream. I will never play Dark Souls for a long, long time. Anyways, I walked away without saying anything sorry. Hey, don't apologize. I mean, you could. This is a Canadian stream, but if you need to do chores, go for it. Bloodborne stream then. I I'll be honest, I barely played Bloodborne. I'll be honest, I have not beaten any Dark Souls. I have not beaten Elden Ring. I have not beaten. I barely played Bloodborne. Lies of Pi. Um, I. Here's the thing. I like the game. I was going to beat it. I got to a part at one point, and it actually made me I'll be honest, it did make me dysphoric. Um, like life Lies of Pi actually did make me dysphoric. It got to a certain part, and I just like shut down and immediately just turned off the game and then deleted it off my Xbox. And I'm like, I don't want to see this game. I don't want to play it. Um, it it genuinely just it just hurt my heart and just made my insides on fire. So as much as that game is absolutely amazing, I just couldn't play it. I couldn't play it anymore, you know? Um, Spot the Lie is a game? Is that a Souls game? Listen to Tool Invisible and tell me that's not the fattest bass line ever. No, that's the pot. Who are you to wave your fingers in your... I'll be honest, I could listen to... I should listen to Tool. Like, that's... Tool is a band I should, and I know... Blapsy, I know about the pie joke. I thought it was clever. Um, it's not a bad joke if nobody knows the rest of the numbers after 3.14. But Tool is one of those bands I should get into more because, like, there is a Cloak. I'm gonna send you. Hold on, I'm gonna send you something. You know what? Hold on, I'm gonna show you something. I'm gonna send you the link. Also, it's the first six that should have been at 9. I wouldn't know. I absolutely wouldn't know, Blopsy. but here, um,
Oh,
here, hold on. Cloak. Since you spoke of Tool, I actually want to show you a part of a video, and then I'll send you a link later, as in Richard Linklater.
oh my God, it actually happened.
I never thought I'd see the day. After Tool sat out pretty much the entirety of the iTunes era of music, I just figured we'd never see Tool go digital. But as of last Friday, Tool's music,
Or at least most of it.
is finally on streaming services. So if you have Spotify, Apple Music, Amazon, Tidal, I hear some people like that. What else is there? Deezer. If you can stream music, you can now be exposed to the glorious well of heavy, trippy, and crazy that is Tool.
And on top of all of that, in a few short weeks, we are finally breaking the 10,000 Days curse and getting our first new Tool album in over 13 years.
This is an older video.
Oh, God.
I have been a huge fan of these guys since at least high school, and I'm so happy that so many more people will now be exposed to this wonderful, wonderful band.
But that also means that there's probably a fair amount of people out there who won't exactly know where to start digging into this band's old material.
Okay, so your base coat nail polish is dying. Hey, so is mine. I actually need better nail polish. But you take care of that. Me neither. I just googled. Single guitar band, bass player uses an octave pedal. Tool, that is. People talk mad-ish about Tool and their fans. I've been to mad shows and it's always been love. Yeah, but here's the thing. There's a difference between seeing Tool fans in person and then seeing them online. You know? Like, the online community can be a bit much, and it can be a bit crazy. Hence, why I think Star Wars fans are to movies as Metallica fans are to, what's the word I'm looking for? Music. Like, both don't know what they're doing. Not what they're doing, but both argue so much. But like this. Okay, so like this person I went to a Tool show last November, and I hope it went well. You know, I absolutely in Philly. I'm kidding. I hope it went well. So it was mad chill. Okay. I've heard mixed things about Tool live. Like, they're fine live, but the lead singer pretty much is in the background or not facing the audience. That's what I've heard. I don't know, but that's personally what I've heard about them. But this person, his name is Crash Thompson. He actually does a series called How to Get Into, and he just tells everybody like about a band that he personally likes. And for anybody who is new, for anybody who's actually new to a band like Tool, he actually gives a list of out like how to get into like Tool, for example, and which albums to start with, like must hears, which albums you should which we should go to after you hear the must hears, which are the next steps. Deeper diggings, which is pretty much like something that is a little less accessible, and then like proceed with cautions and straight up avoid, which given, yeah, but according to him, Tool have no bad albums as of right now. Maynard is mad mysterious live with Tool, and he's mad in general, you know? Like,
only there were a series out there.
Legit though, I love this group and I'd be happy to lend a hand with your Tool perusing.
That sounds way dirtier than I intended it to be. But yeah, for those of you who would like to know how to get into Tool, I'll be more than happy to toss my 2 cents in there for whatever it may be worth, if you think it'll help, for sure. And hopefully this won't take an hour and a half, because Tool doesn't have nearly the discography size of all the other How to Get Intos I've done.
Yeah, he's done like Rush. He's done Rush videos. He's done Tragically Hip. He did a Red Hot Chili Peppers video. But yeah, when he plays with a perfect circle, he's out in front with a cowboy hat. I've seen that, and it's like 2 different people. You know, they're like 2 different people. In general, you know. But Tool, you would think. Even my boyfriend straight up said that's a band that you should have gotten into, but honestly, the band, like, the band that I actually got into before Tool was Radiohead. You know? Like, with its experimentation and all that. Yeah, like, I don't want to compare Tool to Radiohead, but you'd think as a Radiohead fan, I would probably listen to Tool, but not yet, you know? It's been a while since I've seen the back of this album. Like, it's been a long while. But yeah, you'd think I would be into Tool at one point. Like, the only song I really know is The Pot. And Sober. Yeah, I think Sober. Sober was also another song I got into. Good songs, it's just that I'm not, they're good songs, it's just that I haven't gotten on my way to listen to them even more. Like, right now, I'm in the middle of an Alice in Chains run. You know? Like, I'm in a complete Alice in Chains run, so that's kind of fair. People like to talk about the Fibonacci sequence with Literatus Maynard. Oh, I heard about that. Here's the thing. Hold on. There was a. Let me check something, because I know which one you're talking about. Like, I know which song you're talking about. Oh, this one. Here.
Throws so many curveballs, it's basically a Fibonacci sequence. Quite literally.
Yeah, like, huh. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know what a Fibonacci sequence is, so I'm just gonna, like... Yeah, I don't know what a Fibonacci sequence actually is. Sequence in which each number is the sum of the 2 preceding ones. Okay, so now I know. Listen to Alice in Chains MTV Unplugged. Yeah. Hold on. Yeah, I have it. I have a lot of their releases. Like, yeah, I have a fair share of releases by Alice in Chains. I have all of their studio albums. I have this album. I have Jar of Flies. I don't have Sap. I will get Sap once I find it, but I can't find it anywhere. But but my dad gave this to me for Christmas a few years ago. It came in a 2-pack, which came with this and Dirt. Um, Alice in Chains, Nirvana, Meat Puppets. I mean, that's fair. That's totally fair. Totally fair. But you forgot Pearl Jam. You absolutely forgot about Pearl Jam. Yeah, you absolutely forgot about Pearl Jam. Like, Alice in Chains is great, Nirvana is great, Meat Puppets I have not listened to yet. But yeah, you completely forgot about Pearl Jam. And I know people aren't a fan of Pearl Jam because, like, they're really, well, they are a lot more along the lines of arena rock. Oh, I have heard Meat Puppets. I have heard of Meat Puppets. I just never listened to their album. Hence this, like, here's Pearl Jam at their MTV ceremony, the unplugged thing, and yeah, I got 10. So this is Pearl Jam's 10 album, except the deluxe edition. So what it actually has, it's pretty much like the big, not the big box set, but it's pretty big. It has like the original, yeah, it has the original, what's it called? It has the original pressing, like the original recording of 10. Also the, what's it called? The Redux edition, which is in here too, and the unplugged DVD that's in here. So I'd never want to lose this because this is a rare copy now. Like this came out during their 20th anniversary. So this is I think this was along when Backspacer came out. So I am hopefully never going to get rid of this. Yeah, I'm never gonna get rid of this copy. Where is Pearl Jam? Oh, and I get why you haven't gotten to Pearl Jam. I get why. And Blopsy saying Depeche Mode. Did they ever do an Unplug album? Like, this is the only Depeche Mode album I have. And that's because I really, really got into the song I Feel You when the pandemic hit, you know? I absolutely love I Feel You. So the only album I have by Depeche Mode is Songs of Fake and Devotion. Yeah, I don't know if they actually did Unplugged, but God, this album absolutely goes hard. I know they have better albums, but good God. Rest in peace, Andy. Currently listening to Everything Counts. Oh, nice. But yeah, I know, here's the thing, Cloak, I understand why people don't get into Pearl Jam. I think I got into Pearl Jam, a lot, like, they came into my life, at a certain point in time. Okay, I'm just gonna say it, they used to be played on the radio. Like, they used to play songs from their first album, and they still do. I really wish they would play songs from, like, their albums outside of their first three. Like, not... Like, they always play songs from 10, Versus, and Vitology. And then, whenever a new album comes along, they would play the crap out of their first single, and then that's it. Didn't really happen with Backspacer, I'm pretty sure, because they played a lot of The Fixer and Just Breathe. But, my God, like, honestly, I get why you would not get into Pearl Jam. Like, honestly, do you have any INXS albums? No, sadly I don't. I never got into NXS. Um, I know very few songs by them. They don't seem like a band I would. They seem like a band I would probably get into, but not really. You know, I know. Du, 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 ch, du, 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 ch, du, du. Because I used to listen to the. I used to hear that song in the morning. Um, what was that song? Do do do. Like it was like I know it was like I forgot what it was called. Like I forgot the song. Like I used to know that song. Let me check. I know and Need You Tonight. That's what it was called. Need You Tonight. That was the song I used to hear in the morning in the background. Um, I know Kick is probably their best album. I do know that the fan base actually pretended that NXS didn't exist after Rockstar NXS with JD Fortune. Yeah, that's kind of how I found out about NXS proper. And they used to play They used to play Pretty Vegas a lot and Afterglow. Um, but I know that the fan base doesn't like JD Fortune because it seems like and I know Kick is fire because I've listened to podcasts that talk about NXS and how Kick was pretty much like every NXS fan's favorite album. Um, I'm just not um, I'm just not a huge NXS fan. Although I know they have a few songs. I know Michael Hutchins was a very charismatic, if not self-destructive, frontman. You know, um, but yeah, like for me, I do absolutely think NXS is a talented band, but I do get the love for them still, even with JD Fortune. Um, you should throw the kick. You should throw the kick into the rotation. If I could find the album, like I like the reason why I have the albums I do have is because they speak to me in a way, you know, and I have to go through it naturally. Like like for example with crap, what was it? With Green Day, I heard American Idiot and I loved it, and then I wanted to get the album, and then I went, I actually got into their catalog, and I'm like, okay, I love this, you know. In fact, this is my third favorite Green Day album, not first, third. um, but yeah, like the reasons why I like is because they actually speak to me in a way that is surprising, you know. Um, it's surprising how many albums of these speak to me. Like, I'm one of those Green Day fans that hates American Idiot. I can understand why. Like, I absolutely can understand why. Like, yeah, like that's totally fair, you know. Um, like I know there are fans who probably prefer their '90s material, and listening to their '90s material, I totally get it, you know. Um, yeah, I totally get people not being a fan, you know, because it's not the pop punk they got into, or it's because it's what I respect, but it's not Green Day. Hey, you like what you like. Like, I get it, you know? I get it. Like, you probably like this Green Day. Um, Insomniac. I lost the booklet. I lent my nephews the booklet and I can't find it anymore. Um, I actually should have just bought the Insomniac box set. Um, or I should have just said this. Um, can I be honest about this? This is probably my second least favorite Green Day album from the 90s. From the 90s. It's still good, but it's kind of basic. I'm not going to lie, it's kind of basic considering like um yeah, like uh, considering the albums that came out after.
You're kind of basic.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, love you.
Love you too. I'm also an X7X Wake in the Fall purist. I don't know what that is. Like, I have no idea what that is. As you can see, I have a lot of albums. Like, as you can plainly see, I have a lot of albums. Avenged Sevenfold. Okay. Okay. I never got into. I've listened to a few songs. I never got into. Okay, actually, you know what? There is something I want to ask. Did you enjoy their last album? Because I've heard polarizing things about their last album. Like I've heard like a lot of polarizing things about what was it called? Life is But a Dream. I've pretty much heard it all through. Like, I'm not an Avenged Sevenfold fan, but I've just excuse me. I've just heard nothing. Like, there's never been a consistent. Now, Awaken was from the Fallen was their first album because before they changed their sound. I mean, that's fair, but like I've never really gotten into. Okay, so it was their very. Okay, let me see. Okay, so yeah, their first ish album. Yeah, it's their second album. Like, Sounding the Seventh Trumpet was their first album, and according to this, it has it was metalcore and heavy metal. Like, that's fine. I'm just not there yet. Like, I've started kind of getting into metal. Blopsy, you can absolutely come in with the music here, cause I absolutely love me. Like, you just mentioned Depeche Mode, and I didn't know much, but I have now by them. Cloak talked about In Excess, and I had some inklings, and Avenged Sevenfold is like, they're not my thing. I was a huge metalcore fan. I get it, but I'm not. Here's the thing: I'm not there yet in terms of metal. You know, like here's the thing. I just kind of started getting into metal. Just started. Like, just barely getting into. I just need some time. Like, I'm basic, I know, but I got into Metallica because like Metallica is to metal as Green Day is to pop punk. Like, you gotta start somewhere, and why not start somewhere that is extremely accessible, you know? So slowly but surely I'm getting into metal, you know? Still love metalcore. I want my emo lyrics screamed at me. Ailstorm, I've seen a couple of things. I've seen a couple of their music. I've seen some of their music, yeah. And it absolutely, they sound great. I'll be honest, they do sound great. Hold on. Really digging their Sea Shanty 2 cover from Moonspade, as you can see. Uh-oh. Okay, fine. I, Kiara Strings, am a cute girl who likes to kiss all the pretty boys and flirt with all the amazing girls and all the kick ass non binary people and put pretty ribbons in my hair and wink at everybody with my eyeshadow and make kissy faces with my lipstick lips and go spinny spinny with my skirt and flirt with everybody I see. There. I call myself cute. Say it with passion. Okay, fine. I can only say it with passion when you actually add on to, you know what? I'll say it. I am a cute girl who likes to kiss, who likes to flirt with all the pretty boys and all the cute girls and all the amazing non-binary people and put pretty ribbons in my hair and spin around with my spinny spinny skirt and flirt with all the pretty people with my eyeshadowed eyes. Is that passionate enough? Because it's 5 in the morning. Oh, I was thinking of another band. I wasn't thinking of. I was thinking of another band. Pirate metal. Okay, piratey metal, and then for a laugh. Okay, I was thinking of another band. Whoops. But yeah, I've heard good things about them too. I wish I was wearing a skirt right now, but meh, I'm tired. That's fair. I'm not wearing a skirt. It's in the wash. It's been in the wash for a couple of days, but it's in the wash. Um, I'm okay. You know, I'm not complete. I'm not as. Thank you, but I'm not. Um, we were talking about metal. We're thinking of. Yes, I was thinking of Hailstorm. I was thinking of Hailstorm. That's what I was thinking of. Oh my god. I was thinking of Hailstorm. Yeah, that's who I was thinking of. Oh god. No, don't worry about the wrong placement of the question mark considering I knew what you were saying anyways. But because I started getting into metal, I got into bands like I'm starting to get into Gajira, you know? Just starting to get into Gajira and I got into Mastodon. Um like oh my god, Mastodon is really really good. Although actually come to think of it, Alice in Chains got me into metal. Actually, Alice in Chains got me into metal a lot easier than I remember. Because I remember, like, Metallica was a little too much for me. But Alice in Chains, because they were grunge, or they were grunge adjacent, their music is like their music was just metal enough to actually get it to some sort of crossover. So hence why I kind of got into Metallica a lot easier because of Alice in Chains. But yeah, Mastodon is such a good band. If you haven't like, yo, listen to Amon Armuth. It's the gateway drug. Amon Aerith. Is it the gateway drug? Let me see something. Melodic death metal. Oh, I am not there yet. I am not there in terms of melodic death metal. Like, let me check something. Hold on, let me check. Amon Amarth. Okay, Amon Amarth. Got it. All right, let me. Okay, Aerials. Okay, Aerials. Is Aerials the System of a Down cover? Yeah, it is. Hold on. Yeah, it is. Let's see. Oh, shoot. Okay. Um, I don't know what this. Um, give me a moment. Give me a moment. I that was pretty good, honestly. That was honestly pretty good. Um, it helps that it's a song that I already knew. It was a System of a Down song I already knew. Grakotov, how are you? Welcome. Hopefully you're doing okay. It's mostly because of the Viking stuff. I'm really reminded of Miracle of Sound. Ah, Gavin, from Jimquisition, not Jimquisition's podcast, formerly of Jimquisition's podcast. I have this album. Oh, okay. I didn't know you were a melodic death metal fan. Oh no, my nerd identity has been revealed. Spoiler alert, Blopsy. We are all nerds. This is definitely metal. Bisected, you said the exact you that is the those are the exact same words I said when I heard Slipknot for the very first time. Yeah, this is definitely metal. Twilight of Thunder God is a super good song too. I'll check it out. Hold on. I'm gonna put that in my watch. I'm gonna put this in my watch later list because I'm really into, like, I'm genuinely kind of really into longer songs. You know, like, yeah, I'm genuinely pretty much into longer songs in general. Um, but in terms of death metal, I'm not there yet. I'm more into prog metal. Um, hence, hence Mastodon right now. Um, like, yeah, I understand they're super. Like, I get the appeal. I just have to like be in some sort of mood, you know. Um, I have four of like their albums. Okay, that's absolutely fair. Um, like Nightwish and Poets in the Pendulum Long. How long is that? Let me check. Hold on, don't tell me. Let me check. The Poet, um, and the Pendulum. Hold on, don't tell me how long. Um, it's not super long. Let me see. Poet and the Pendulum. Let me see. 13 minutes. Oh, that's not super long. Like longer than average. Yeah, pretty much. Like my favorite song that one of my favorite bands is the Mars Volta, and they did a song called Cassandra Gemini, and that song is 32 minutes long. Um, Most death metal guys hate on them for being vanilla, but they are awesome. Yeah, from what I understand, in terms of some metal groups, they are some of the nicest people. Some of them just don't like um, certain bands because it's pretty much kind of super basic. Um, like I I like some people just don't like certain bands because it's not their taste. Like there's something lacking about them. Pretty much like what's the word I'm looking for? Pretty much like I do like pop punk, but my least favorite band is Simple Plan because they are super basic, and unlike bands like Green Day or Sum 41, they didn't grow with their audience. Like the best thing about Green Day, and I know you don't like American Idiot Cloak, I like Green Day when they pretty much went from basic, like Dookie, which is a fine album, but then they went darker with Insomniac. Then they pretty much went genre roulette with Nimrod, and then Warning was pretty much like a folk album, and then American Idiot was political. Like Green Day actually grew up, like listening to like Dookie and then Warning is pretty much like kind of like two different bands, but their sound is still there, and that's because they actually did change it up. And Simple Plan did not grow up, and Simple Plan pretty much stayed stagnant from when they were popular, and they were only popular with a certain age group for a certain part of time. And then when that age group grew up and went on to like other music, Simple Plan still remained the same in the worst possible way. Um, you just don't know it's the first song that came to mind. That's fair. Um, the Mystic Crystal, the Mystic Crystal by Ninja Sex Party. That's 11. I didn't know that they actually did that long. I genuinely did not know they did a song that long. Bury Your Dead is another fave of mine. They're more hardcore, but it's hardcore lyrics you can understand. Okay, that's fair. Metalcore released in 2001. Um, that's That's absolutely fair. Um, have there's also 6969, but that's only 10 minutes. Okay, Blopsy, you say only 10 minutes, but there are people out there who are surprised that a song would go for at least 5 or more minutes. Like a lot of us here, um, like personally, the reason why I like long songs is because Jesus of Suburbia was 9 minutes, and that surprised me. But then it goes by really quick, and that kind of got me interested in like longer songs. I mean, compared to the other songs we've been listing, oh, that's totally fair. Hurting No Helping is a jam. Hurting No Helping. Like, let me see. Let me listen to this. Holy God. Okay. He changes clothes really fast. Let me expose my emo? Do you say let me expose my... That... I don't know what to say to that. Just threw me into the lion's den, honestly. Oh, well, that's fair. But you know, that actually Cloak, that actually does remind me of a band. I don't know if you heard about these guys. That just reminds me of this. Expose my emo. Gotcha. But I don't know if you heard about this. Like this band here. Because I'm getting certain vibes from them. Like though, like I grew up with this. I kind of like got into this band first, and another band. It starts with a B. Um, yeah, Cloak. I don't know if you know about these people. Um, this is probably yeah. Alexa's on fire. That's what this reminds me of. Like these guys are so good. Oh my god, these are so good. But what about this band? I just ruined my... Yeah, that... Oh, God. Oh, Blopsy. Oh, God. I'm so sorry. Oh, my God. I'm so sorry to hear that. Bury Your Dead slaps, though. Yeah, I actually... Um... I don't know what to think. I absolutely don't know what to think. I mean, they're absolutely good. Yeah, they're absolutely really good. It's just that, okay, so you saw every... Okay, then I'm pretty much basic then. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm basic. Warped Tour. Okay, that's fair. In the glory days. Like... Oh god, how do I get this? How do I get this back in? Yeah, I'm running out of room. That's why it's hard for me to get this in. But I'm surprised Billy Talent, like, yeah, Bury Your Dead, absolutely. I can see why you like them. Like, I absolutely can see why you like them. Yeah, I absolutely can see it, you know? I'm guessing the lead, I don't know, hold on a minute. Hurting, not helping. Let me check something. I'm only making the mess worse now. I mean, there's nothing wrong with redoing it. There's nothing wrong with, like, redoing... Okay, that's why. I was wondering, because I saw the Wikipedia page for, Bury Your Dead. It turns out that, yeah, it turns out that the lead singer of Bury Your Dead actually left. Like, that was his last album with the band, apparently. And then Mosh and Roll. Okay, so the original vocalist returned for Mosh and Roll. Okay, I get it. Okay, so the lead singer was pretty much the longest. Alright, so the lead singer of the video I just saw was their longest... I think, was it their longest lead... let me see. No, the other, like, the original person was there before. Is there, like, a broken bass with the fan base of, Bury Your Dead? Like, is there? Because, like, with two lead singers, on albums, I'm pretty sure there's like a broken bass with them, you know? Because like, do you like one lead singer or do you like another? Like usually with that kind of like what's it called? Like that's kind of a broken bass, you know? Billy Talent was a side stage in Yellow Card headline. Billy Talent fucking crushed them. Ah, my goodness. I love, like, here's the thing. To me, they're both completely two different bands. Like, I like Billy Talent more. Oh, okay. So both singers sound exactly the same. It's just that usually it's pretty much like a Van Halen or Van Hagar thing where you like one but not really the other. You can give respect to one, but you're not like you'd rather just prefer the other, you know? I should have said Van Halen, um, but yeah. Um, but Yellow Card only like Yellow Card stood out because they had a violinist in the group, you know? Like a lot of people are telling me to listen to Ocean Avenue. And I'll be honest, I never completely got into Yellow Card. Um, yeah, if you like violin music, Yellow Card is a pop punk band with a violinist. And from what I hear, they sound really good, but pretty much like that's how they stood out from like the pop punk bands of was it the 90s or early 2000s? Um, but they stood out because they had a violinist in their group, and that actually helped enhance their sound. Um, not I yeah, that actually like made their sound a lot more um great. But Billy Talent, oh god, listen to Fever Dream by Bury Your Dead. Let's hear. Let me see. Fever Dream Bury Your Dead. Let's see. Okay, I can't really hear a difference. I'll be honest, yeah, I can't really hear a difference in singer. I then again, then again, I'm not accustomed to hear considering I only heard one song. So yeah, um, but that's the OG singer they brought back versus the singer you just heard. I'm apparently the latter is in a band called Volumes. He's the lead singer of a band called Volumes. So like apparently he went through a breakdown, and on an Instagram story he said that he spiraled into depression after leaving Bury Your Dead, and he was doing substances and ended up landing in jail. And then he joined Volumes in 2016 and got himself on his feet. Um, from what I understand, so at least he has. I mean, it didn't start out great, but like, yeah, at least he got on his feet. So there's that. Not gonna lie, I love violent music and heavier music. I think you'd probably. Does Evanescence have violent music in their music? I'm not sure. Um, all the rowboats. Hmm. I'm gonna throw my bass guitar out the window, excuse me. I'll be honest and say that it's really good. Holy crap, it's really good. And I'm gonna say that he's really good, like they're all really good. I will say that the lead singer gives me gender envy. I'm just gonna say that out loud. Lead singer absolutely gives me gender envy. I'm pretty sure it's the reason why I didn't. Same reason I didn't really play the rest of Lies of P. You didn't steer me wrong. They're really good musicians. I know I should check them out. I should absolutely check them out. Are you familiar with Animals as Leaders? No, I don't think I am. And Bisected, you're a '90s girl. I love Evanescence. I mean, Evanescence is fine. I mean, Amy Lee. I absolutely. Um, she's absolutely amazing. I'm only familiar with the one Evanescence song that everybody knows. Are you talking about My Immortal, or Everybody's Fool, or Don't Call Me When I, or Don't Call Me When You're Sober, or Call Me When You're Sober, um, or Going Under? Which one is it? I don't know which one that is. Wake Me Up Before You Go Go? Is that the song? Like that's the only like Save me from this nothing I've become. Is this a song from is this that 3 Days Grace song? I'm messing with you. Of course I know of course I know this song. Yeah, it's the song everybody knows. It's clearly My Immortal. Um but yeah, I know that's the song everybody knows. Everybody knows that song. Speak for yourself. I'm CN. CN? CN? Speak for yourself. I'm CN. I'm not sure what that is. Chaotic neutral. Okay, got it. Apparently I'm chaotic good. Okay, I actually got it. No, I'm apparently chaotic good. Oh, yeah, I got it. Cartoon Network? Yeah, yeah, Cartoon Network. Definitely. A slightly outdated D&D joke for you all. Alignments are not outdated. Alignments are not really outdated. I think that everybody people have to know the the alignment lines. I could recommend some hip hop, but you are not ready. I'm probably not, but then again, my favorite album of all time is a hip hop album. This album is so good, and it's so. I love this album so much. I ended up getting two more copies. Like, this is Joyful Rebellion by Chaos, and it is. Even though I'm a rock girl, I absolutely love this album. And because this album came out in 2004, it is guaranteed that this is only going to be $2, so I will get as many copies as I can. And I know this is the first copy I have because it's in my CD, my shortcut CD case right in front of me. Um, and this is also the album that my mom got for me. So it'll always be right here because, it's, again, I have two copies. No, I have three copies, and I will, like, this one is only $1. This one was $2.99. I definitely will get as many of these copies as I possibly can. I'm not a huge hip hop fan, but still, like, um, a hop hip album. I'm guessing it's like I'm guessing it's a Pokemon rap album. I'm guessing. I'm guessing it's a. I'm guessing it's one of those. Can I recommend CAFO by Animal Leaders? Okay, let me hear this, and let me read what Chaotic said. Um, it's okay. Tim Henson give all the girls and boys the willies. Oh no, it doesn't to me. Here's the thing. Tim Henson doesn't give me the willies, or I don't have any feelings. It's just that my gender envy is just like kind of all over the place. You know? Oh, it's 6 minutes long? Okay, let's hear this. And I am never going to play bass guitar again. This act like the music y'all everybody's showing me just makes me feel like I'm never going to be able to play an inch. God, now my bass guitar, now whatever I play bass, I just sound so basic, no pun intended. To throw away my bass guitar or not. Like they're doing like everybody's like doing things that I won't be ever able to do, and they sound absolutely amazing, you know? Holy mother of God. God. That's it. I quit. I'm kidding. I'm absolutely kidding. Um, the stream's not done yet, nor will it ever be. I'm kidding. Um, yeah, I'm just kidding. But yeah, like, you're all recommending me people that I well, if you're comparing yourself, oh no, I know, I absolutely know I will put myself down. That is pretty much why I just stopped streaming for a bit because it just hurt me a lot. Um, because like Dysphoria was a bitch, and like seeing other people just play, I'm like, oh god, I'm never, you know. Like the only reason I played bass guitar in the first place is because of this album. Oh no! No! Oh no! Like, like this album, it's called Sounding a Mosaic. It is, I'm not gonna lie, it's a ska album or a ska-ish album. Um, when I played this album a few years ago, my dad actually asked if this was Bob Marley. Um, but yeah, this is the reason why I played bass guitar in the first place. So everybody starts from somewhere. I'm gonna have to put this. No! No! Yeah, this is pretty much the reason as to why I don't usually. Damn it. You were doing so well, Kiara. Yeah, I know. I know I will only put myself down, but I can easily say that I've gotten farther um with my playing or with music than I did when I first started playing. Like when I first started playing, all I wanted to do was play ska music. And then I started playing other music, and then like I ended up being inspired by music I never thought I'd be inspired by. And according to my therapist, according to her, like a lot of the things I make depend on my mood. Like the longer the songs I make on bass go, that pretty much means that I like the more dysphoric and depressed I am, the longer the song is. Like the last thing I made was almost like 6.5 minutes long. Let me check something. Yeah, it was 6 minutes and 20. It was almost 6.5 minutes long. I put up something on SoundCloud that was 7 minutes long earlier this year. So yeah, it genuinely is like a creator, not a creator breakdown, but it's just something to get it out there, you know? Um, but yeah, it does tend to hurt because, like, you see so many amazing people do so many things out there, and it's you, you cheer them on, but at the back of your mind, or at least at the back of my mind, I'm like, I'm not gonna be able to do that. Like, I can try for the rest of my life, and I'm not gonna be able to do that. You know? What the hell is this? Um, if it makes you any feel better, there was no bassist in the band. Yeah, because everybody. Hell, that's pretty much why they sounded so good, because there was no bassist in the band. Some of you are offended, but I'm a bass player. Um, but like, yeah, I have to stop comparing myself to other people. Hence, why I don't use Twitter as much. Cause like a few years ago, I used to use Twitter constantly, and I was an angry person. this is pre-transition me, so I was absolutely angry with like the whole world. Like from 2017 to 2019, I was absolutely insane. Like there's a good reason as to why so many people unfollowed me, because they just couldn't, like, even I couldn't stomach the tweets I read back, and I'm like, yeah, I was like, and then a friend of mine called me out and said, "Are you sure you're not trans?" And I'm like, "I'm absolutely not trans." And this was during when there was a certain trans YouTuber who I would badmouth all the time. And like another friend is like, "Are you sure you're not just jealous of her?" And I'm like, "I'm not jealous. I'm absolutely not jealous. Like, she is evil." And then I started going on HRT, and I'm like, yeah, yeah, I was an, I was a big asshole. There, I said it. I was a big asshole, and eventually I apologized to her on one of our YouTube videos, and now I can't see her face again without being reminded of the things I said, and that 10-minute thing I wrote on base. Like, it was a dark time. Like, it was absolutely a dark time that I would not go back to. That wasn't funny. Um, but yeah, like like Regina Spektor actually reminds me of Emily Haynes from Metric. Um, I don't know if anybody actually listens to Metric, but they are such an amazing band. Um, like, yeah, they're like really good. Like, I get the vibes from her. Like, I get those vibes from her, honestly. Um, God, I forgot what was it. You know? What was that long song somebody talked about? I'm trying to find it so I can listen to it later. Trying to find it. Where is it? Night Wishes. Okay, Night Wish. That's what I was going for. Okay, because I'm gonna listen to that later. Because I'm genuinely a big fan of. Oh, Night Wish, Poet and the Pendulum. Okay, yeah, that's what it was. Um, Night Wish is symphonic metal, which is fine for me. Folk metal, I'm okay. Gothic metal, yeah, probably. I'm not a fan of. I've never been a fan of power metal. I'm gonna be completely honest. Like, I've never been a fan of power metal. Um, cause yeah, it doesn't seem like it's my personal thing. You know? Yeah, power metal doesn't seem like it's my personal thing. Like, I think I've tried a few instances of power metal, but um, yeah, like, yeah, power metal has. I mean, it's fine, but like something about it just kind of like, I don't know, maybe it's because some of it's really over the top, and I'm fine with over the top. Like, I listen to Mars Volta and the Red Hot Chili Peppers, and yeah, so I know that there are some over the top bands that I do like, but power metal kind of hits me a little bit the wrong way. That's why I'm not a big fan of Ronnie James Dio or Iron Maiden, or really Judas Priest. I am not making any fans right now. I am absolutely not making any fans right now. Um, yeah, but that's just me, you know? Um, that's just me. I'm not a big fan of power metal. Like, I like metal. I like prog metal. I like some speed metal. Like, the first speed metal song I ever heard was I'll Kill You by X or X Japan. I'll Kill You by X Japan was the first speed metal song I ever heard. And it was during the time where I was absolutely angry. And this was me angry, not like 20, like pre transition. Okay, this was pre transition me, but this was like me being outwardly angry inside and not having an outlet, rather than like later on where I used that outlet to be angry on Twitter. Um, but hearing "I'll Kill You" by X Japan actually, which was tuned up very very loud on my earphones, and I'm like, oh god, this feels so good. Like, I could actually scream and just punch a wall during this song. And that was pretty much how it felt like at my angriest. And now, sometimes I feel sad. The anger is there, but I could easily just like put on Alice in Chains and go, this feels right. Um, yeah, this feels absolutely right. But that's just me, you know? Do 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 do. But yeah, like for me, like yeah, I want to listen to The Poet and the Pendulum because like it's a 13-minute song, and I want to know how it is. Like again, I listen to Mars Volta. They have a song called Cassandra Gemini that is 32 minutes long. So I do like some long songs. I personally need long songs, you know? Um, like, I like long songs with structure. I'm not a fan of jam bands, you know? Like, I can take 11-minute songs with some sort of structure. I'm just not a fan of when it just goes into jam band territory, like Grateful Dead, or I'm not making, or Fish. I am not. I am definitely losing a lot of you. Like, I know somebody who loves Fish, and I'm like, I know they're a good live band, but to me, if I wanted to hear somebody that has that jam aesthetic, I'd listen to Blind Melon, you know? Like, and yes, of course, I do have the Shannon Hoon albums by Blind Melon. This one is much better. This one is absolutely much better. This one is good, but Soup is so much better. I have yet to listen to the album that has not like the one with the replacement lead singer, um, Randy Trevor or Trevor Sean. I forgot his name. I absolutely forgot. Oh god, I forgot his name. How do I forget somebody from Blind Melon? That's not Shannon Hoon. Travis Warren. That's his name, Travis Warren. And they haven't made an album since 2008. Oh man, I wish they would actually make another album, but I guess they would prefer just, they prefer just being like here's the thing. I actually want to be in a band. I know a few musicians, musicians who are also trans femme. I know a guitarist. I know another guitarist. I know a person on keyboard and synth. I don't know anybody who drums, and our band could be called the Estrogens. This is how we would spell it. The estrogens. Like that's how we would that's just me. That'll probably be how we um pronounce or make the name. We'd probably think of a better name, but that's what we call our band name. It will probably be a joke. Um, but yeah, the guitarist. I here's the thing. Um, my bass playing is pretty much based off of um, ska and grunge. There's another bass player. I mean, there's a guitarist that actually is really into the 80s. I'll give her a shout out. Um, crap. Hold on a minute. What was her name? I can't. I don't know her. Helios Skull. Okay, so it's that. She doesn't use Black Skull anymore. Yeah, this is Helios Skull. Go follow her. She's absolutely amazing. She does haircut. She does like music streams. Not she plays guitar, but she does like play music, especially music from the 80s, you know? She's absolutely amazing. And I think she's streaming later tonight. She did stream about 7 hours earlier, but by the time I found that out, I was already in bed for this stream. And, you know, it was fun, you know? So give her a follow. There's the vocals of Axis on Awesome. You're all giving me out. You're all giving me Axis of Awesome. Oh, a comedy trio. Okay, they're a comedy trio. They need to address the elephant in the room. Leah's bald. Jordan. Oh, okay. I've seen her before, but I didn't know that she actually did music. Like I didn't know she did music. Um. Okay, like Holy Mother of God, they need to like. Okay, that's okay. So they're comedy rock, and they disbanded in 2018. Okay, that's surprising. But was that an actual elephant in the room? If you don't mind me asking, was like that actually an elephant in the room? Oh, okay, that's the actually the name of a song. Okay, gotcha. Okay, gotcha. Okay, I, I did not know that. Yeah, I absolutely didn't know that. It's news to me. This is completely news because I know who Jordan is. Yeah, I know who Jordan is. Um, because I see her all over social media. Um, name of the song is like, and apparently they had a single called Four Chords. So Jordan is a comedian, actress, streamer, and singer. Oh, she. Okay, so that's where I know her. She actually does Twitch streams. Yeah, they disbanded in 2018 apparently. Yeah, so it's um yeah, it's like, huh. Hmm. What's their streamer tag? I think it's the trans streamer tag. No, wait, hold on. That's not what you asked. Damn it. Let me check. Jordan Rasco? Yeah, their streamer tag is Jordan Rasco. Their last stream was about 11 days ago. Here's the link to their, yeah, here's their link. Last time they streamed, it was 11 days ago, and they streamed Balatro? Balatro? I'm not sure. I'm not sure how to pronounce that at all. Like, yeah, I saw her face all over Twitch at one point. Like every time I go on Twitch, it's her her Twitch is always recommended to me, and I'm like, I don't know who this is. And yeah, now I know. And knowing is half the battle. G.I. Joe, no. But yeah, like I didn't make the connection at all. And once again, I actually like closed. Like I ended up closing something that I was not supposed to. That's a big whoops. No, that's not it. Anytime. Like again, this was news to me. Okay. Okay, that's why, because Poet and the Pendulum was in another tab. This was supposed to end 90 minutes, I swear. I mean, I could go for another 27 minutes. It's 26 minutes right now. Or no, 26 minutes. You can reopen closed tabs with Control-Shift-T. I usually do it another way and just look at the history, like, go look at closed tabs and it'll just do it for me. Like, I'm not a huge, like, I get it, but I've always just done things with mouse instead of a keyboard. This isn't like how it was back without internet, which... Oh my gosh. But yeah, like, I like hotkeys. For a second, I thought you were mentioning the Killers album, Hot Fuzz, but whoops. I guess hotkeys is the combination of Hot Fuzz and Black Keys, as long as they don't burn my fingies. Oh, it won't, as long as it's not, like, setting your fingers on fire, you know? But because this is the 4th of May, is anybody gonna watch anything Star Wars related? Because I don't think I will, even though I have The Force Awakens right here. Is anybody gonna do anything to celebrate the 4th? Or are you all just gonna... Probably not. Some people are probably going to celebrate. Some people are going to go on Twitter and call Mark Hamill the worst person in existence, just like right now, because he has things that they don't agree on. But then again, this is Twitter. It is Twitter after all. They, like, a lot of people on Twitter will probably, like, hate on anything. Like, they hate Tom Hanks. And they straight up said that he was on Epstein's list, and they called him a pedo. Why the hate? It's because, like, their political views don't view with his. That's pretty much the thing. It's not him as a person. No, it's him as a it's on because of them, the people who don't agree with Mark politically say that he's a terrible person on Twitter. They also say that he's a horrible actor because, like, all he had was Star Wars and that's it. Forgetting that he was the Joker, he was Skips on regular show, He was on Metalocalypse. He's absolutely very versatile, and yet people don't like him because his political standing, you know? Yeah, he is. Like Hamill hasn't done anything as far as we know. Tom Hanks hasn't done anything awful, and yet people on Twitter just hate both of them because, people on Twitter. Wait, what are his political views? He constantly calls out Donald Trump, and that's enough for people to just go ahead and say, hey, we like Donald Trump. You're a terrible person then. And here's the thing, we can all agree or disagree on political views, but just because you don't agree with somebody doesn't mean that they don't have talent. Like, or just like you owe somebody something to George Lucas because he gave you a career. That actually just reminds me of people who don't like Daniel Radcliffe because he is for trans rights, and J.K. Rowling is like, well, if like I'm never gonna accept their apology, like him or Emma Watson, because like they're for trans rights, they're never gonna accept their apology, and it's like we are not gonna give it. Like, and people are like, yeah, but she gave you a career, and it's like that's one thing, but if an employer is absolutely off the deep end like J.K. Rowling was, and considering the fact that their last Harry Potter movie came out in 2011 and they're still getting work, like getting really good work, especially Daniel Radcliffe with all the character work he's doing, and Emma Watson also doing very diverse work. Some people just would rather say that they're terrible actors because they don't actually agree with them politically. Um, like it's like they say that Harry Potter is their one-hit wonder, despite the fact that they both have very they have better hits than Harry Potter. Like that's just it is sad. It absolutely is sad that some people would actually like say that they are bad actors because they don't view their politics all the way through. It's pretty much like remember like it's like the people who say that Green Day sucks because they're political. Like I get why people don't like Cloak didn't like Green Day because it was like he's one of the few people who doesn't like Green Day, and I get it. It's because it's not. He probably grew up with the '90s Green Day, and it was pretty much like not the same band, which is fine because some Green Day fans don't like American Idiot, and that's totally fine. I get it. I happen to like their '90s output and American Idiot, but American Idiot happens to be my third favorite album. But when like Green Day did that concert on New Year's and they changed one line from American Idiot and dissed the MAGA people, they actually got really angry about it. Blackstar, hi, how are you? I hope you're doing okay. May the 4th be with you. How are you? I'm in the middle of a kind of rant. But they actually said that Green Day sucks because they went political, even though American Idiot came out 20 years ago. Like, where were you? Like, where were you 20 years ago when they actually did American Idiot, which is pretty much the most political album they did up to that time? And before that album, before American Idiot was Warning, which was a social and semi-political, like a socially conscious album. So they actually were political before then. And they were also woke because from 1994, Billy Joe Armstrong did a song from Dookie called Coming Clean, which was him addressing his bisexuality. So people absolutely saying that Green Day were never woke and they were surprised that they were woke and they don't listen to them anymore. They clearly don't really care. They just, just like the other people who say that Rage Against the Machine sucks when they went political, despite the fact that Killing in the Name of kept having the lyrics. I forgot what it went. Like, like, Killing in the Name of actually had the lyric, God, how do I forget? Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses, you know? Like, they've been political from day one, and people are actually mad at them for being for finding out that they were political. Like, just that second. And Green Day as punk, I don't know how that genre, it has always been political. Like, punk has been political. So, yeah, I just said, like, hating Green Day politics, like people getting upset with Rage Against the Machine. It's like, when did they get political? They've always. It's pretty much like that meme with, like, the astronauts on the moon. It's like, were Rage Against the Machine always political? And then the guy behind him pulls out a gun, always have been. So, like, I love the fact that people are upset and then they listen to Kid Rock. Like, they're like, I don't like Green Day or Rage Against the Machine. I'm gonna listen to Kid Rock. And I'm like, okay, you have your Kid Rock. And here's the thing. I know nobody here listens to Kid Rock because you all have taste. Or you used to listen to Kid Rock and then you grew up. But on his recent album, he actually had a Snowflakes advisory sticker on it. Like, yeah, he had a Snowflake advisory sticker, on his album, his last album. What was his last album called? Bad Reputation. So here it is. Snowflake advisory, explicit content. Yeah, that's not going to work. That is absolutely not going to work. And the reason for that is, like, I have never listened to Kid Rock. I only listened to one Kid Rock song, and that was Ball with the Wah. Or, I don't know that title, Ball with the Wah. And, like, this was before I had musical taste. But then again, I pretty much live under a rock sometime. Hey, you know what, Blopsy? That's totally fair. Like, I don't know anybody who is willingly going to listen to Kid Rock unless they were against Bud Light. But that's what I wanted to get into. Like, that Snowflake advisory thing on his album is pretty much like, this is like, be careful, this is going to be triggering to snowflakes, so watch out. And then I heard the album through a listening party, and it's pretty much the most basic boomer, worse than dad rock. Like, it's worse than dad rock. I thought, yeah, it is good, but, like, Kid Rock actually was against it because a trans person was promoting it, and he just got upset so much that he ended up shooting the beer. And then when she ended up she ended up getting let go from promoting it, Kid Rock is like, yeah, Bud Light is good again. And it's like, yeah, you don't know what to say, do you? And, like, that's the thing. The album itself is so boomer, and it's so behind the times, and this is coming from me. Like, this, I don't even want to say this album is dad rock, because at least dad rock could actually grab onto something and could hold on to you. You know, the best dad rock is pretty much like Van Hagar. Van Hagar becomes dad rock, but that doesn't mean it's bad. It actually is a different beast. And it actually has a lot of moments where it slaps. Kid Rock, his latest music is just dad rock, and it's not even triggering. Like, it's so basic. The instrumentation is fine, but it's so basic. Like, that's pretty much the problem. And just because you say that it's going to be triggering does not mean it is. Like, Green Day triggered the MAGA people because they changed one line in an already political song just to diss them. And those people end up being triggered because of it. So that's how you can trigger, by not saying that it's going to be triggering. Just do it. And do it right, you know? That's how you can do it, you know? Oh gosh, I should have, like, yeah, Dylan was the face of Bud Light, and then people started complaining to the point to where somebody at a Walmart ended up just smashing the beer that was, like, there because she promoted it. And it turned out that they didn't even smash the Bud Light. They smashed the wrong kind of beer, apparently. So those people don't even know what they're doing. It does still scare me, but those people, like, at the same time, those people don't know what they're talking about at all. Like, I get why there's people are scared of them, but those types of people do, like, those people have always been around. It's just that the internet has, like, amplified that up to 11. But what if someone like that came into my work to do that and saw me at the counter? It's not, honestly, it's not funny. And like I said, it is terrifying because people are absolute assholes who just want to hurt everybody just because they don't fit in, or they don't fit in what they consider a person. Even though trans people are people, I think we should promote more conservative brands, probably even for free. Maybe, I'm not sure. I've never been a political person all that much. The problem is that the internet won't allow me sometimes. But yeah, like it's hard out there sometimes, but yeah, like, some people will just be against their favorite celebrity just because they stand for trans rights, you know? Like, everybody. Like, it's gonna be like, I'm never going to watch another thing with this person again just because I don't agree with them politically. Like, again, Daniel Radcliffe. People just think that he's only in Harry Potter, but they don't like him so much that they aren't aware of other things like Swiss Army Man. But those are just human rights. I'm trying. Sorry, I was trying not to rub my eyes, but I have eyeshadow on. But gosh, like, some people genuinely just want things to be how they used to, and yeah, that's pretty much the problem, you know? It's like, if, like, you used to be a kid and you weren't woke yet, but then you started getting aware and you're like, I don't like this. This wasn't how I was a child. Yeah, it's hard. It's absolutely hard. But, like, I almost said Bud Light. That's why I don't go on Twitter, because, like, Elon has pretty much put the worst people in front and center. And like I said yesterday, Twitter has always been a garbage fire or a dumpster fire, but now it's turned into Woodstock 99. I know somebody who wants to go back in time to go to Woodstock 99, and I'm like, are you sure you want to go there? Like, are you sure you want to go there? Because it was bad enough watching it on screen, but oh god, I don't want to go to Woodstock 99. And I love the fact that a lot of people are like, to a dumpster fire. No, that's Tumblr. But a lot of people always say that the 90s were the last great decade, conveniently forgetting about Columbine, the Gulf War, Kurt Cobain's death, all that. They tend to somehow forget. They absolutely tend to forget that the 90s had good times and bad times, you know? And there was also like the lack of jobs that Generation X was trying to get. So something absolutely had to give. So yeah, saying that the 90s were like the last good decade is not great because there's no such thing as the best decade. In music, that's debatable. I love 90s music. Like, hello. I love 90s music. I absolutely love it. But I can easily say that there is some garbage 90s music that has had floated around. Like the wannabe grunge bands, Vanilla Ice, all those people. Like in music, I say 70s. Yeah, again, like I said, it does depend. It absolutely does depend on the person. Like, I like the 90s, I like the 2000s, I like the 2010s for the most part. But I can easily say that those also have flaws. Like, the 2000s had My Chemical Romance, but they also had Simple Plan. Um, Let me see, like, so many good bands in every single decade, but there's a lot of garbage, you know? I'm not even going to say Nickelback is garbage because that is completely tiring, you know? Nickelback is not garbage. It's just that they were overplayed a lot and that was it. And there was like a show called Murders in the Building, and I saw a clip of it where Tina Fey's like, I'm not gonna be a one-hit wonder. I am not gonna be the Nickelback of podcasts. And it's like Nickelback had more than one hit. Like I don't like Nickelback all that much, but I will defend them for to an extent because people keep saying that they're bad and they've never heard a Nickelback song. Hero is good though. I say that a hero will save us. That's not a Nickelback song. Is that a Nickelback song or is that Chad Kroger and Josie Scott? Hold on. No, that's not a Nickelback song. That's like Chad Kroger and Josie Scott. Um, Let me see the personnel here. No, it's not Nickelback. It's Chad Kroger from Nickelback, Josie Scott from Saliva. The lead guitarist is somebody from Theory of a Dead Man. His brother, Mike Kroger, is the bass player. Matt Cameron from Pearl Jam is on the drums, and somebody named Brian Larson from the Vancouver Symphony Orchestra was the violinist. Yep. Yeah, I kind of figured because, like, I'm like, that's not Nickelback. Like, that is absolutely not Nickelback. Just because Chad Kroger's there, but, and his brother's there, but that's it. That's the extent. It's not a Nickelback song. But Hero is a fine song, but most of us know about it because of the Spider-Man movie. Yeah, it's shocking. But yeah, like, I'm genuinely just tired of I get why people don't like Nickelback, but the people who say that Nickelback absolutely sucks because all the songs sound the same, I usually just put on Photograph and like, does this sound like anything they ever did? Next, tell me Heaven is not a half pipe. Um, it is. But like, I mentioned this before, but there is a video um that there's a news report on YouTube that talked about Nickelback not wanting to advertise, like not to show one of their concerts to be televised, and like so many people are like, well, that's just great. Nickelback sucks anyways. You know, Nickelback sucks anyways. Why wouldn't they at like show like televise their show? And I'm like, yeah, that sentence is why like is pretty much one of the reasons why you are kind of like a big CUNT. Um like so you don't like Nickelback anyways, and since they didn't want to advertise like televise their show, you say they suck because of it. So if they actually did televise it, you'd say they suck because they're like putting their music live out there. So you're just dissing a band just because you don't like them because they did something you didn't like. So why complain about a band you don't like not televising their show? I really have to know what the reasoning is for that, you know? Like again, I get not liking them, but good god. Like genuinely good god, you really need a life. Um but yeah, I've never been a complete Nickelback head. Um but you know, they fill out stadiums, so somebody's actually gotta be listening to them. I just wish Billy Talent actually had that in Canada as opposed to going to like Europe. At least, yeah, at least dislike them for the right reasons. Like their lead singer is not that great of a singer, hence why it's the Yarling effect. Because it sounds so fake coming from Chad Kroger, because his voice isn't like that. And at least with Eddie Vedder from Pearl Jam, his voice is like that. His singing voice is just as deep as his singing voice. And like it's genuinely like I genuinely am surprised that people don't like Eddie Vedder's voice um because everybody else is like a lot of post grunge bands just like sound like him or try to sound like him. Um but I can't blame Eddie Vedder because he does it better. And the fact that yeah, that's the thing. He actually does it really well. It's not his fault other people take look at him and try to do the same thing. I just don't I just rather not blame Eddie for like for the post grunge thing. Eddie Vedder is the guy from Pearl Jam, yes. Um yeah, and they have a new album that came out recently. I don't know if no, Jonathan Davis is the guy from Korn. That's Jonathan Davis. Yeah, but I do want to hear like, oh, Korn. Like I tried listening to it. Like I only know a few songs from Korn. Freak on a Leash, Bringing Me Down, and Daddy, and Coming Undone. I can't really, and the first couple of songs I listed is because they are poppy and you can dance to them. Like you can dance to Korn's. Like there's a reason why Korn singles are really good. It's because you can dance to them, and they have that pop sensibility. But once you get to the deeper cuts, it just gets so boring. I don't want to say boring, but I don't want to say boring. It gets, eh. You know, it just kind of gives me a headache. And I disagree that Eddie's voice isn't the best. his singing isn't for everyone. I get it, his singing isn't for everyone. But for Pearl Jam, like his voice is absolutely great for Pearl Jam in a way that Anthony Kiedis' voice is great for the Red Hot Chili Peppers. Arguably, you could actually have better lead singers to actually lead a group of talented musicians, but for what it is, they absolutely do well with the vocals. Korn had bops. Yeah, they absolutely did have bops. Um, the problem is like new metal was stopped being a thing after a while, and they just became just not. They kind of just became like a punching bag in the way of like Limp Bizkit, you know. Um, Limp Bit like yeah, that's a band I don't really listen. Um, oh, it's getting sunny. You know what? Hold on. Yeah, that absolutely is a little bit better. A little bit. Hold on, just let me. Ah, that's fine. Um, Korn had some big hits in the like early 2000s, and I'm like I never like. Thank you for coming, Blopsy. I'll be ending in about 7 minutes, and then I'm gonna raid out. Um, Hi, like. I hope you're doing okay, Blopsy. Thank you for stopping by, and I hope to see you again, probably on Nova Stream, and got ads. Um, there's a good chance that like is actually in an ad, but can see me, so I can just do this. Who wants to see my great D4? That sounded so wrong, and yet so right. And yet so wrong, and yet so right. And so wrong, and right. My god, this stream is actually going longer than Star Wars. Speaking of which, happy 4th. May the 4th be with you. I almost said 4th of July. The 4th of July is not going to be a thing for another 2 months. As of May 4th, 2024. For those of you who are watching later on. I'm coming on Disney Killed It. I tend to agree because like Star Wars, like they are pretty much like cranking Star Wars out and maybe missed the prequels. I wouldn't go that far. Here's the thing. The reason as to why you may miss the prequels is because they actually had things spaced out. Like, Episode 1 came out in 1999, Episode 2 came out in 2002, and Episode 3 came out in 2005. 3-year intervals, and there was like some sort of storyline that went with them. Okay, not with not with like the Phantom Menace, due to the fact that like I know it's about like the rise of Darth Vader, but making him a kid just made it a little too like you went too far back in terms of making him a kid, in my opinion. Like it adds nothing to like the Darth Vader story. If you made him a teenager, like honestly, if you made him a teenager who is also like into vehicles, that will be one thing, you know. Like the pod racing thing showed that he actually is more than that, but still making him a kid. And like it also ticks me off that even though Anakin won that race, that 45-minute pod racing scene, it's pretty much still like I know my name is nice. It absolutely is nice. But like I'm genuinely shocked that they wouldn't let his mom go. Like that was pretty much the deal, yes, but honestly, like take into consideration, you know? Imagine if like the person who held mother and son hostage in the original, you know what would have happened? Like Han Solo would like Luke, like people like Luke and Han would have been like, "Come on, we gotta save these two," and it's like Han would have been like, "Oh, I don't want to," and then with pleading, Han would be like, "Okay, I'm gonna smuggle you on board, and then we're gonna get rid of like the things that are keeping you here, so your heads wouldn't explode." But just leaving her behind, that just seems not great. That yes, that's like storytelling to an extent, but I don't think that would be fair to the mother after all that they've been through. And then she dies later on. So I think that's just a giant middle finger. But the prequels are not great. Let's be honest. The reason as to why prequels are held in esteem now is because this like Star Wars now has just become a brand, which it always has. Let's be honest. Star Wars has always been a brand, and like my favorite of the sequels is The Force Awakens. But there's so much Star Wars that is overwhelming, and it kind of cuts the quality. I can see that, but that's not gonna get in the way of people not enjoying Star Wars in general. So I can completely get it. But saying that the prequel, it's like, are you saying that because you haven't seen the prequels in a while and you're using rose tinted glasses? Because I've been there. You know, I've absolutely been there. You know? I genuinely thought that, like, Sum 41's pop punk days were great. And then I look back and go, this is not as good as I remember. You know? Like, some people may like the prequels, but not, but some people actually like them because they grew up with them. I didn't grow up with Star Wars at all. I didn't really grow up with Star Wars. I just like grew up with Harry. Like I watched Harry Potter and some Lord of the Rings, but that was it. You know. Um, but like, but the sequels have the problem of actually like every 2 years or so. Like every 2 years there will be like a sequel movie, and the storyline is not consistent. I love The Force Awakens. I respect The Last Jedi a lot more because it took risks. I think Rise of Skywalker blew chunks because, like I've said many, many, many times, it's just fan fiction with a budget. Let's not split hairs. It's just fan fiction with a budget. But Star Wars fan like, and I can. Didn't I say earlier that I wasn't a huge Star Wars fan, but I was just casual at best? I swear I said that. Why am I doing a 5 minute rant? I did a 5 minute rant and I missed my time to rate out. Okay, how about another 10 minutes? Good God. My God, this is longer than Star Wars. But, I do like the original trilogy. I think the prequels are not great. Who would kiss an edgy Darth Vader wannabe? Here's the thing. One of the best things about the sequel trilogy is like Kylo Ren himself. Force Awakens was him as a Darth Vader wannabe. And then The Last Jedi was pretty much like him being called out as a Darth Vader wannabe. Like it was pretty much like the redemption arc of like his story. You need something?
Have you streamed for 3 hours?
Yes.
Okay.
Love, I've streamed for like 5 or 6 hours at one point. I can do it. Like a few days ago, I streamed for 4 hours. He's inconsistent, like the whole Disney saga. I don't think he's inconsistent. I think Kylo Ren is actually it's character development. You know, it's pretty much like a redemption arc. You know, I personally think that his characters actually grew. Like he went from like he went from like a Darth Vader wannabe to like his own villain. Like in The Last Jedi, he was called out on being a Darth Vader wannabe, and that led to him smashing the helmet, and he actually becomes his own person, you know? And like, and then with the last movie, he's still his own person, and then he goes through an arc. He goes through character development, and that's pretty much how it is. Tell the cameraman chat said hello. Um, Chat says hi. He's waving. Love you.
Love you.
Yeah. So, yes, the whole Disney saga is inconsistent, but I don't think Kylo Ren is. You know? Um, yeah. I just said chat says hi. I'm guessing you heard his voice. I don't know if you heard, but he's like, you've been streaming for 3 hours, and I'm like, I have streamed for 5 hours at one point. Ironic how the whole Skywalker line has a habit of being bad then good. Wait, what about whole Walker line has a habit of going bad then good? Anakin went from bad then like good then bad, and then good, and then Luke never went bad. Luke never went bad. I mean, there were moments, but he never went completely bad. Kylo Ren. Okay. I mentioned this to a friend of mine a few years ago. Darth Vader and Kylo Ren. Anakin Skywalker and Kylo Ren are pretty much like weapons. Darth Vader is pretty much like a laser beam, while Kylo Ren is like a shotgun. The reason why I say Darth Vader is a laser beam is because he's pretty much like a straight shooter. He knows what he's doing. He has a targeted he has a target to get to. So it's like one line to get here. And with Kylo Ren, he's like a shotgun because sometimes the aim could be all over the place, and he actually does a lot more danger than he's supposed to. Hence why when they both destroy a planet, Darth Vader actually has laser beams like it's supposed to, and then Kylo Ren is pretty much like laser beams, but then it goes like two different planets, just like different places, just like a shotgun blast would. Like it's big enough to actually like the shotgun blast actually is big enough to actually have a puncture and several pieces of shrapnel. Bite me. But yeah, like. So I personally don't think that Kylo Ren is inconsistent. The trilogy is. I think we can ignore a lot of the Rise of Skywalker because, again, like I said, it's fan fiction with a budget, while the other two movies were made with some semblance of competence. The Skywalker line is mostly gone. But when I remember when Palpatine was in the trailer, and I'm like, "You're all excited about this?" Like, I'm like, "Are you all really excited about Palpatine coming back?" I like, and I'm sure a few people are like, "I got a bad feeling about this." And Rise of Skywalker is the only movie I ever saw twice in theaters. Once with my boyfriend and another with my my platonic life partner. And they enjoyed it because it was like it actually had it was fun, but I didn't think it was fun. Like the first time it was fine, and then the second time it was also a little bit less okay. Um, like I like Force Awakens because it was fun and it was a good start. People actually did complain that it was too similar to A New Hope, and it's like, okay, we'll do something different. And it was flawed, but people actually like the biggest controversy is that there were women in the movie. Like, they were right for the wrong reasons, especially with like the person who didn't tell Poe about her plan to get everybody off the ship. It's almost 10 minutes. It's only been seven. Um, like she didn't tell Poe's plan to get off the ship. You know, like he actually had to like mutiny and get like his boyfriend Finn and another person Rose off the ship to actually get help, as far as I remember, and that kind of ended up going nowhere. Um, but like, and then she tells him, "Oh, by the way, this is my real plan." It's like, he like, and he went along with it as well, and it's like, you should have just told him, and it's like, yes, absolute. It's like, yeah, you should teach him a lesson because he's pretty much like a cowboy cop in a way, or an cocky ace pilot, but he did what he had to do, and in war, people absolutely die. You know, like, yeah, exactly. That I don't know why she didn't tell him at the start, and she's like, "Yeah, I'm teaching you a lesson because you let people die." And it's like, have you seen the other Star Wars movies? Like every space battle, a ton of people die. Like every space battle, like in A New Hope, when they're about to blow up the Death Star, a lot of people die. A lot of their allies die fighting, and nobody blames Luke. And yet she actually blames Poe because he actually because like people died in a space battle. And it's like um that always happens. Like I get if he's cocky, but because you taught him a lesson, people died because of your plan. Because you didn't tell anybody. Like you told Leia, but you didn't tell the person who would be the most concerned. Like Poe was like, okay, what's going on? What's going on? What's going on? And again, like I said before, when she finally told him her plan, he went along with it. He absolutely did go along with the plan. He helped. All those people died because of her ego, not him. I can't blame Poe. I absolutely will not blame Poe. Incompetent writing, yes. But I won't blame Poe because I think that he did what he had to do. That Captain Holdo, yeah, Holdo, that's her name. She just wanted to teach him a lesson, and people died because of it. Like, there were people online, like, mostly guys who didn't like women in Star Wars, despite the fact there's a possible chance that they had pictures of Leia in her slave outfit. They didn't like her because, they didn't like her because she's a woman. It's like, no, I don't like her because she caused people to die. And she ended up having to killing herself because of that. And it's like, okay, then yeah, this was all on you. You know? Like, you don't blame. So nobody blamed Luke Skywalker for many people dying. Nobody blamed Obi-Wan Kenobi for people dying in space. But no, you just blame Poe just because you want to teach him a lesson. Oh, Last Jedi was frustrating, but it did take some risk, but God, it was frustrating. Like, but the parts with Leia, Kylo Ren, and Luke were absolutely really solid. Yeah, like as Radiohead put it, she did it to herself. Oh, good lord. Yeah, she absolutely did it to herself. 1 in a million shot my ass. I mean, it was a lucky shot, but still, yeah, that's one of two Star Wars movies I don't want to go back on. Like I'll go back to Force Awakens. Okay, one of four movies. I don't want to see The Last Jedi again because I know I'm going to see more problems. Rise of Skywalker is my least favorite of the sequels. I don't like Episode 1, and I don't like Episode 2. Just make a million suicide droids, boom, massive threat. Yeah, but she's gonna be like, you killed all those droids. Like, they're suicide droids. Stay safe.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but yeah, it's
Oh yeah. By the way, while you have an audience that you're forced to talk to,
yeah.
this woman refused to watch the Clone Wars with me.
I
tried and she said no.
I don't want to watch that. Like I've watched.
I offered the best episode, and only after she's like, no.
I've watched the so-called best episodes, and I'm like, it's not for me.
Okay, all right.
Somebody's saying you what?
Love you.
Love you too. Yeah, he called me out in front of everybody. Just straight up called me out.
Forgot the damn hearing aids.
All right. Yeah, he just straight up called me. Well, I'm sorry. I'm not a fan of the show. I know it's great. My favorite Star Wars is Return of the Jedi. That's something I don't hear a lot. I know, like, here's the thing. Return of the Jedi is really good. I don't hear a lot of people saying that's their favorite because Empire Strikes Back is such a tough act to follow. But I can see why Return of the Jedi is so good. And people genuinely think that it sucks because of the Ewoks, and I'm like, have you seen what the Ewoks have done in Return of the Jedi? They kick so much ass. They look cute, but they cause brutal violence in that movie. People tend to forget. People tend to forget the amount of violence that the Ewoks actually did in Return of the Jedi. And honestly, if Empire Strikes Back is like Kill Bill Volume 1, then Return of the Jedi is Kill Bill Volume 2. They are good for different reasons. Like, Empire Strikes Back and Kill Bill Volume 1 are very grand in what they're doing. And it's really, really, like, on screen about how they do it. And then Return of the Jedi and Kill Bill Volume 1 is a lot more internal, if I must say. It's absolutely more internal than its predecessors. Maybe I like the payoff instead of the setup. Yeah, I could honestly say that. Like, I can see it. I want my dessert now, damn it. Make time go faster, Bisected. Oh, and by the way, Palpatine used Force Lightning on himself on purpose to frame the Jedi. Rey killing him with his own Force Lightning doesn't make sense. Is that what happened with Palpatine using Force Lightning on himself? Because, from what I understand, like, Mace Windu actually used his lightsaber to, honestly, I think, wouldn't that have, killed him? Like, if Anakin didn't get in the way, it would have killed him. Like, it would have absolutely killed him. And, I mean, that's how I look into it, because, yeah, it was a trial for, yeah, it was a kind of a trial for Anakin, but there's a good chance that if the Force lightning didn't kill him, Mace would have. You know? But here's the thing. Do you think Emperor Palpatine will lose to Mace Windu? It is Samuel L. Jackson. It's Samuel L. Jackson, so there's a good chance. I didn't here's the thing. I didn't actually think of it like that. I genuinely thought that Mace Windu was had the advantage. Just genuinely had the advantage. So I didn't actually see that. I'd never thought of that interpretation. That was new to me, to be perfectly honest. He's as powerful or more powerful than Yoda. At least he didn't go out like a punk. He's more... Yeah. But yeah, I completely get why Anakin would actually go to Palpatine's side, because nobody would actually listen to him at all. Like in the long run, nobody actually listened to Anakin at all. That was pretty much a problem. He's I want to be a Jedi, can I do it? And it's there's darkness in him. It's yeah, because you're the one who's pretty much ignoring him all the way through. If you didn't ignore him, he wouldn't have went to Palpatine. And things wouldn't have went to trash. It's so that's pretty much on the council themselves. They're just as guilty. You know, Anakin kept saying, I need him, and it's didn't he say that Palpatine deserves a fair trial? Mace Windu would have probably killed Palpatine, that's just me, but I don't know, but Anakin himself is come on, I need him, give him let's give him a fair trial. So it's no, the council is very incompetent. Then again, that's why I don't like the prequels, because nobody is competent. You know? Absolutely nobody is smart. Anakin is come on, just give him a fair trial, and then let's just go, let's see what happens. But no, it's Mace Windu is no, this guy needs to die. Yeah, Samuel Jackson is completely, he's right. Yes, Palpatine uses lightsabers for crap and giggles, but, here's the thing you gotta remember about the prequels. They nerf the Jedis. They always nerf the Jedi. Remember Order 66? You would think that everybody would be, the Jedis are the most powerful and most mysterious people ever. And then they go down in the worst possible way, with a bunch of bots. And only very few are okay afterwards. And I'm Order 66 may be a heavy scene, but it doesn't make a whole lot of sense once you think about it. You know? It makes Jedis look you know? It just makes Jedis seem like not competent beings. Or incompetent. That's the worst possible thing. Yeah, you just made the most powerful beings just incompetent. You know? Pivoting, the only modern Star Wars characters I like is Cal Kestis. I'm gonna take your word for it. I don't really watch Star Wars all that much. I say I'm a casual fan. I absolutely say I'm a casual fan. However, I did a 10-minute rant about why I don't like the prequels and how people just because the prequels are liked now does not mean that it's just because you don't like the sequels doesn't mean you should look at the prequels with rose-tinted glasses. They're not good movies. Let's just genuinely be honest. I mean, there are people who grew up with the prequels. I understand that people like the prequels. in my opinion, they're not good. If you like them, that's absolutely good. But don't say that they're good just because the sequel trilogy is inconsistent. And yes, the sequel trilogy is inconsistent. They are absolutely declining in quality. Absolutely, and I absolutely get it. But the prequels were not great either. Hi Helia, how are you? Hope you're doing okay. I gave you a shout out earlier. I think I'm gonna give you another one, if it will let me. If it will let me, I will give you a shout out. There we go. It actually worked. May the 4th be with you, Nanu Nanu. He's from the games, an amazing character, powerful too. I'm gonna be honest. I've never said I'm saying they're better than the sequels. I will disagree. I will admit that the prequels at least have consistency. They're more consistent than the sequels. I'm just gonna say that. The writing is bad. The directing is bad. But that's because George Lucas directed and he's not a director. And in terms of writing, he actually had people around him to say no. Like seeing those people, like seeing those two people, the Asian caricatures at the beginning of episode 1. No, somebody should have actually went to George Lucas and is like, George, come here a minute. Listen, George, this is horrifically offensive. Yeah, but it's like, this is traditional storytelling. Gobble, gobble. Yeah, I call him like I see him. I saw an Asian person in the car and I said, that's my movie. And I'm making a joke, but the characterization of like the Asian stereotype in like episode 1 was awful. And that's pretty much exactly how George Lucas said, because nobody said no to him. Like, right on, thank you. And like, Helia, I was just mentioning stuff about music. And I actually mentioned you as like a guitarist. And if we ever made a band together, it would be called, and I'm gonna write this down. It'll be called The Estrogens. And this is how it will be spelled. Oh, the minstrel character. Are you talking about the Asian stereotype or Jar Jar Binks? Because, like, and I think I said, oh god, this is past 2 hours and 30 minutes. Do not bring up that waste of space. Jar Jar? I understand if nobody likes the character. But can we leave we should have left the actor, like, I wasn't around during the sequels. You can end it now. Oh no, I usually end it around some sort of, like, time. And I will end it soon, don't worry, I will end it soon. Trust me, I'm not gonna go all day. Although, like I said, this is a Just Chatting stream. I could talk endlessly if I wanted to. End it. Hey, that's exactly what you keep saying about Star Wars. Do it. That's exactly a Star Wars quote. Do it, Anakin. I can feel your focus. And he says that while Anakin is holding a lightsaber behind him. And it actually looks like an erection. But I'll end it soon, no worries. I will absolutely end it soon. Because I know who to raid, I'm just gonna end it. I'll end it soon. Just soon. But yeah, like, the Estrogens is such a decent band name. I don't know if anybody's gonna go for it, but, you know? Like, we'll just do one album and then just stop. We'll be one album wonders. Joey, how are you? May the 4th be with you. let me give you a shout out. If no one's following Joey, he absolutely does art stream. Last time I checked, he did art streams. He actually made a comic, a Street of Consciousness comic, and it was very interesting to say the least. I'm glad that you're okay. Um, but it's the best. Seriously, that's a great name. I actually shopped that name around to a YouTube channel called Dancing with Ghosts, and I actually was like, I actually told people in the chat, I actually want to be in a band, and I know there are trans girls who I know on Twitch who actually are really talented musicians, and they're like, go for it, and I'm like, okay, and their name would be the Estrogens, and so many people are like, okay, and we're like, okay, that's absolutely pretty good, and I'm like, okay, so here's the thing, we'll make an 8 song album, put it out there, and then dip. My Born content exists to make your groovy content look better. There is no such thing as boring content unless you're Drake. It's it's called the Estrogens. You got it, but I like Gens GENNZ sounds. It's spelt like something from the 2000s. But Joey, your content, your creation, when you show me your comic, it absolutely looks so good and it's so creative. I guarantee you, if you ever made a comic book, it would actually, I can see it. I can absolutely see it at like a bookstore with rare books. You know, it'll be like one of the. I can see it. I can see your like comic as an not only an underrated gem, but it'll get such a good following. You know, anytime. And again, there is no such thing as bad content. Absolutely none, unless you're Drake. Makes me want to jam now. Hey, if you want to jam, that's totally fine. Like, I have, like, I know, Helia, I know that because of the music you play on your streams, you are more of you are more of an 80s person. You are more of like an 80s person, you know? And like, we could totally, and even though I don't listen to a lot of 80s stuff, like, I think you've like played a song from here, from Alice in Chains' Facelift. The song was called Sunshine, and like, I didn't think I would be able to like play something bass guitar along the lines of like 80s guitar like that, but then I started listening to this and I'm like, yeah, I can totally see like us trying something together in this way, you know? Like very something very 80s and 90s, like that linchpin, like this is the combination of the music we probably would really um like this, like Alice in Chains is mainly a grunge band, as you can see here. Like, this is like their grunge album, but like this has like something for both of us in the best possible way. Like, I don't know if you do listen to Alice in Chains, Helia, but like this has like the 80s sound and the 90s sound put together. Like, this band used to be a glam rock band. It was Alice N Chains, and like, I love this album so much. It's no longer my least favorite Alice in Chains album. That will go along to like Devil Put Dinosaurs Here. And it's not because it's a bad album, it's mostly due to the fact that it has good ideas. It's just sometimes it just goes on and on. Speaking of Drake, your favorite Canadian is in a rap war with Kendrick Lamar, and it's nuts. My amazingly enough, I've heard about that, But out of all people, I heard it from my boyfriend. My boyfriend told me about this, and I'm like, this is getting really weird, you know? I'm like, this is getting really weird. Like, even my boyfriend is telling me about Drake and Kendrick Lamar rapping it out or battling it out. And my boyfriend doesn't even listen to like hip hop. Neither do I, but he knows a lot more about hip hop than I do. And that's saying something considering his sisters love Taylor Swift. But then again, my boyfriend did get me into Rush. Need to listen to that album in its entirety. Fair warning. Okay, not fair warning, but this is a 12 song album. Just know that even though the Alice in Chains sound is there, the second half of this album gets a lot more glam rocky. Like, like I said, you put on Sunshine on your stream like I requested it, and that is from the second half of this album. And it absolutely wrecks. Like, again, like, this is something that we definitely would agree upon in terms of music, but, like, because you play such amazing guitar, I could absolutely jam with you. We just need a guitarist. I'm not a guitarist, a drummer, and possibly a second guitarist. But then again, I grew up, like, my bass guitar playing lately has been on the side of, like, mostly 90s music. So we need, like, somebody who actually plays like they're from the 2000s. That is gonna be a lot. But yeah, like, Drake getting into beef with Kendrick Lamar, is it because like Drake, like Kendrick Lamar has personality and Drake is just corny? Like, Drake is corny. And here's the thing, I'm not a big hip hop head, except, like I said, my favorite album of all time is a hip hop album. And here's the thing, this hip hop album made me who I am pretty much as a person. Like, if it wasn't for this album, I wouldn't have listened to as much rock as I thought. Because this actually not only takes beats from hip hop, but it's also funk. There's some rock, there's some punk. I think, like, and it's really classic, you know? I absolutely adore this album, but his next album, Hymns for Disco, actually helps me in terms of writing. So yeah, this Chaos, the rapper, is probably my favorite rapper ever. Although I'm not gonna say he's the best rapper alive. You know, I'm not gonna go that far. I have very few. I have very few hip hop albums. Like, my album collection is like 80% rock. You know, so there's that. But yeah, it would be fun to just jam. Like, I have like bass guitar. What was it called? I have bass guitar. I have things I recorded on bass. They're 5 to 6 minutes, but that's pretty much how I go. I blame the fact that a lot of the music I listen to go a long time. Like, again, my favorite Mars Volta song is Cassandra Gemini, and that song is 32 minutes long. This album has songs that are over 5 minutes. And, like, anytime I'm dysphoric, I listen to this album, which is their self-titled, because, if Facelift was pretty much like, let me see, how do I put it? If Facelift, their first album, which I showed you all, was pretty much like the what was it called? The pre-disaster, and then their next album, Dirt, was the disaster. Then this album would be the aftermath. Like Facelift was pretty much like, okay, it's gonna be moody, but at least it's not gonna be as dark. Dirt is pretty much the disaster, like it's happening in real time. And this album is what happens in the aftermath. It's depressing, it's slow, it's sludgy, and I absolutely loved listening to this album because it's really depressing and personal. Um, but yeah, and I like how the albums I have in front of me both came out in 1995. Um, like Foo Fighters' first album, which I finally got. I'm like, yes, I finally got it, and it absolutely slaps as well. Um, yeah, I just want to make an album like a seven, as like one album with people I care about, and then we just dip because we don't have any money. We've lived too far apart to do some sort of show. We'll just put it out there and then just leave it as it is and maybe go our own separate ways. Maybe. We'll see how it is, you know? I've never been in a band. Like I did play bass guitar like what was it? I jammed with people, but I've never been in a band. Like I remember when I was with my mom, me and my sister went with my mom to a church event, and I think it was at some sort of abandoned warehouse that was fixed up, or a warehouse that was fixed up for party events. And in another room, there was like instruments with a bass guitar, a guitar, and a drum set. So I was on guitar, and another kid, and eventually my sister ended up on drums. And my sister wanted to play drums, so like we ended up playing. I ended up playing the White Stripes "Fell in Love with a Girl" on bass, and the kid absolutely could kill it. And I'm like, oh, this guy's good. This kid is good. Um, and another time, I ended up just jamming with a couple of brothers, um, on bass. One on guitar, one on drums. Um, and it was fun. Like I do love jamming with like people. But I've never been in a band, you know? Like I wanted to at least make music with others, you know? I did I I did put out there a song for Eden Knight when she died. Like when Eden Knight died, I got so upset at the news about what happened that I ended up making a song on bass dedicated to her. Like this was like a year ago. I still have it. It's on my YouTube channel. It's unlisted. Um, and I wanted to like not shop it around, but I wanted to like give it to people who could add on to it, whether it's like guitar or drums. Like it was inspired by Temple of the Dog. Um, Same. I don't even know how to get one together. Tell me what and how to play, and I'll do my best. Same. Like honestly, same. You know, absolutely, honestly, same. Um, like hold on. Like, I have several, like an entire notebook pretty much almost filled with bass guitar, like songs on bass that I personally made, and where is it? And I have um pads filled with like I have pads filled with like bass lines, like several. You can't really see it because I wrote them all on pencil, but I just get inspiration by them. And the song that I did for Eden Knight was inspired by Temple of the Dog. Um, which is a '90s band, and um, it's a combination. So Temple of the Dog is a super group, and I'm saying it's a super group in hindsight because it has Chris Cornell on vocals, and everybody from Pearl Jam. Like, it's pretty much Pearl Jam without Eddie Vedder, and the drummer is Matt Cameron, who went to Soundgarden before he went to Pearl Jam. So it's, and then there's a song called Hunger Strike that has Eddie Vedder. So it's pretty much Pearl Jam with Chris Cornell. So Temple of the Dog actually inspired me more to actually make a bass line for Eden Night. And honestly, if you want me to send a link to you, I'll because I sent it to somebody on Twitch. I sent a whole song to somebody on Twitch, and then she disappeared off of, no, Twitter. I sent it to somebody on Twitter in a group chat, and then she disappeared. And I'm like, okay, I guess this is gonna lay dormant. Because like I said before, I found this out in therapy. The more depressed or dysphoric I am, the longer my bass lines will become. And that, yeah, that was just inspired by grunge, you know? That is absolutely inspired by grunge. But I'm so used to playing by myself that I don't know what would happen if I play with other people. Yes, that came out wrong, and I don't care. But, like, yeah, I've never actually been in a band. I don't know music theory. I just know how to play on tabs, and that was it, you know? I know how to use tabs, and that was absolutely it, you know? Like the first song I ever played was a ska song. You can't see it, but it's behind the Star Wars book that my boyfriend told me to put up. Oh God, I almost choked. Oh God, I have been doing this for 4 hours. Like, again, I could talk endlessly if I wanted to. Like, one day I'll just do a 24-hour stream. No, that can't happen. But yeah, one day I will do a 24-hour stream if I want to. Just a 24-hour just chatting stream. Theory scares me. I know it does seem scary, but there are people who don't know music theory who actually go through it naturally. So it absolutely is fine as long as you just feel, you know? For me, I do the Hillel Slovak thing and just use feel. I do what I feel, you know? Like, that's pretty much as to why my bass lines are pretty much inspired by depression and dysphoria. Because it's all about feel, and then I try to fine tune it to a degree, and that's pretty much how it is, you know? Yeah, that's how, like, pretty much, like, how I am personally. Say hello to heaven. Yeah, like, Holy Mother of God. But yeah, I don't know theory either. You know, I absolutely do not know theory. But that hasn't stopped me from playing. And honestly, if you've played enough of other people's songs, like, I've seen you play guitar on your streams, and you're absolutely amazing at it. You know, you are absolutely amazing at playing guitar. And once you play it and you actually have a feel for it, you can do just fine making things on your own. Like, when I first started playing, I didn't think I would ever be as good as Flea, or Mike Dirnt, or John Paul Jones, or Eon Sinclair from Bedouin Sound Clash. You know? I would never actually think about it, but, you know, now now I'm pretty much okay. You have to head off and wash your hair? Okay, thank you. Have a good one. If you're not following Bisector Brioche, please go give her a follow. She does amazing streams, and like, she also does D&D. So please go give her a follow. She is absolutely good people, and I will see you on your next stream, Bisected. Um, but what's the word I'm looking for? Um, Everybody started somewhere. Like, I have musicians envy. Like, I just like just like an hour, like 4 days ago when the stream started, um I talked about how somebody who I actually, what's his name, Tim something, the singer from Polyamic. What was the poly, I forgot. Polyphia? Polyphia? Yeah, Polyphia. Um, they, Tim Henson gives me both gender envy and music envy. And I'm like, I can't watch this band because they just make me want to throw my bass guitar out the window because I feel so basic. Um, you know? So I can easily say that I could like go back in time and see myself starting to play, and there's a good chance that past me would be envious of me. And it's like, I am you. I'm just a girl with longer hair and tattoos, and with a couple of years of practice, you'll get there. You just have to like practice a lot, and then you'll meet, and then you'll get there. Trust me, you will get there, you know? You'll absolutely get there. Just like everybody has, you know? Everybody gets where they need to. I hear you, the band is very technical, though. There's a lot of guitars in Twitch streams that won't play them because it's too intricate. Yeah, I mean, that's fair, but God, I just get some sort of music envy sometimes, and it sucks. It absolutely sucks sometimes, you know? I get people actually, since I say that I play bass guitar, and it's like, oh, you play bass like Flea? And I'm like, not every bass guitarist plays like Flea. It's like, how, yeah, exactly. How the hell do your fingers do that? It's like years of practice. I'm like, oh, you know? But it's never too late to start, you know? Absolutely never too late. Um, yeah, it's absolutely never too late to start from where you were, you know? Um, like, for example, Sharon Jones. Sharon Jones's career didn't start until she was like 40 or so. And that was pretty much amazing, you know? So, don't worry about age. Your talent is always going to be with you, and it will grow. Um, I genuinely don't. I genuinely get envy because I see so many amazing musicians, and I'm like, I'm never going to be like them. Although, like, people keep telling me comparison is the thief of joy. That's pretty much why I didn't stream for a long time. I didn't go on Twitch because I kept comparing myself to other people, like my a lot of my other trans sisters, and it just dug at me so much that I'm like, I should probably never stream again. And as for the bass guitar, that was mostly not because I was afraid of losing anything. It was more about the fact that I actually had suffered from such dysphoria and depression. I just I said a few things that I shouldn't have, and in the middle of the night, the police came knocking at my door and ended up with a wellness check. And because of that, because one of the few things I did before I went to bed that night was play bass guitar out of horrifying dysphoria, and yeah, did something on YouTube I shouldn't have done, then got a wellness check, and because of that, I couldn't touch my bass guitar for about 5 weeks. And then my therapist just straight up said, what's stopping us? Like, because the police might be here, like the wellness check might happen again. Like, I don't want that to happen. And she's like, do it for fun then. And so for the first time in like 5 weeks, I ended up picking up my bass guitar and playing one song. And then it started again. And then my head started like clearing a little bit more. And I ended up just doing what I needed to, you know? Oh God. It's been 4 hours. I was supposed to stop at the 4 hour mark. I'm pretty sure you can watch 2 Star Wars movies back to back and you'd still have enough time to, like, come back and watch the rest of this. It's finger picking good. Did I just say that out loud? Yeah, I just said that out loud. I apologize. But yeah, like, that's why I'm never going to be a guitarist, because I can't do that with my fingers. I only could just keep the beats, you know? Like, again, I grew up with albums that actually have kind of a straightforward melody. I'm not technical, you know? I just play with a lot of feel. Again, like, the musicians I absolutely adore, Hillel Slovak, rest in peace, and Jerry Cantrell from Alice in Chains, play with feel, and I absolutely love it because, you know, sometimes you don't really need to be a technical musician. You just have to play with what your heart feels. And a lot of the time my heart feels depressed, even though I have an amazing boyfriend. Not only an amazing boyfriend, but like being with him in a place, moving in with him. I just feel lacking or dysphoric because I keep comparing myself to other people. Getting a feel of us and playing with feel would be fun to see what we can turn out. Yeah, you know, it absolutely and our only album would be called Playing with Feel, or like Playing with Spyro. I'm kidding, no. Only reason that I'm drinking like that is because I'm wearing lipstick and I don't want it to smudge until I actually have to go to the shower after this. But yeah, like, I'm not a good lyricist either. I'll be honest, I will never be a good lyricist. Like, my lyrics book is baffling. Like, I'm running out of time here, but I will absolutely read out the lyrics I wrote in high school. My deviant art days, if you will. Oh, like, no, actually, I take it back. The lyrics I wrote when I was very little were bad. Really bad. Instead of going trucking, going tucking. Instead of going... Yeah, that's a little on the nose. I'll see myself out. I'm kidding. That's an actual bass line that absolutely goes amazing. But yeah, in terms of music, I'm pretty sure we would actually play like, it would be like 90s, like 80s and 90s metal. Yeah, it would probably be 80s and 90s metal, if I'm gonna be perfectly honest. Maybe prog. Like, my God. Like, honestly, again, I wanted, here's the thing, I wanted to be in a ska band. You know, I wanted to make music like Bedouin Soundclash or Sublime or whatever. And then I grew a brain and I realized that nobody around me actually listened to ska. So, yeah, that was pretty much a letdown. One of the biggest letdowns uh, was just finding out that nobody listened to ska. So I was like, damn it. But you know, I ended up like listening to other people or listen to other bands, and I'm like, okay, I'll listen to y'all. I'll listen to like other bands like I can't think of the top of my head. Like again, Alice in Chains, Nirvana, Pearl Jam, um, and some Green and a lot of Green Day. A surprising, an unhealthy amount of Green Day. Like at one point, I could play the entire American Idiot album on bass, but around partway through the second last song, I just stopped. Like I knew every song. I used to play most like 85% of the songs while I was listening to it on CD, which I still have. I still have my copy on CD, you know? And it absolutely still goes hard. Um, but yeah, we are at the 2 minute warning mark. Because, like, honestly, I've been going on for 4 hours. God. I said I was supposed to stop streaming an hour ago, and I just kept talking. Again, like I said, I could talk for hours if I wanted to. Um, but yeah, we're going to raid out in a few minutes, so hopefully everybody's gonna do something for Star Wars, even though this was supposed to be an all Star Wars chat, and only about 15 minutes was dedicated to Star Wars. The rest was music and Twitter and musical Twitter or something. I'm not sure what just happened. I'm not sure. My boyfriend himself just said, kept saying, it's like, you've been streaming for like 3 hours. And he's like, yeah, I can stream for like 5 hours if I wanted to. You know? Only way I could stream for 24 hours is if I had a really, really good sleep. Anytime, Helia. Absolutely anytime. Hopefully the person I'm rating is not, like, this person has been streaming for 7 hours and 17 minutes. I will be back here tomorrow. I do not know. I absolutely don't know if it's going to be as long as this, because this is the longest stream by 10 minutes so far this month. But who knows? I could wake up at 3 in the morning. It could be a 5-hour stream. But everybody, thank you for coming by. We are going to raid Effin Streams or Elfin Streams. Screams. I can't read properly. But everybody, thank you all for coming. May the 4th be with you. Nanu Nanu. And until tomorrow, because my boyfriend made me promise I have to stream every day for a month, I'm Kiara Strings. I am a trans woman, and this is the early stream. Thank you, and have a good one. Sunshine. Yeah, also I can't sing. Hence why I play bass. I'll see you tomorrow. You get in that shower, but thank you for coming by.